any queries, please, we're here to address them as well. You can speak to Miss Kovia or Lisa. And Mariam, where are you? Yes, Mariam. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Mujavi. I work for UNDP Uganda. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Okelo John Bosco. I'm the District Commercial Officer for Karenga District.
Good morning, Vivo and Mary Julius, DNRO Toroko District Local Government.
Good morning. My name is Titus Akora. I work with Worldwide Fund for Nature. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Kaferi George Williams. I work as the District Fisheries Officer of Uma District Local Government.
Good morning. My name is Adam, Makere University.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Miriam Kawala. I work with Environmental Management for Livelihood Improvement, which goes as Emily in short. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Junior Waman is my name. I work with Emily as a consultant.
Good morning. My name is Francisca To. I work for Gulo District Local Government as the DNRO.
Badi Monsi Moses, this Natural Resource Officer with Yukwe.
Morning. My name is Okelo Martin for Natural Resource by the District Local Government.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Richard Kapere. I'm Assistant Commissioner of Conservation Planning, Uganda Wildlife Authority.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Francis Vyarugaba is my name. Natural Resources Zimbabwe.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Walimbwa. I work as the National Coordinator for the Climate Action Network, Uganda.
Waigulo Emmanuel is my name. I'm the District Community Development Officer in the district.
Good morning, everybody. John Paul Mwene is my name. I'm the Acting District Natural Resources Officer in the District Local Government. You're welcome.
Richard Rubongoya, Environment Officer, Chanjo District Local Government.
Samari Michael is my name. District Natural Resources Officer, Udoda District.
Good morning to you all. Katate Vincent by names, DNRO Bushein District.
Morning, everyone. My name is Judith Muja, and I'm the District Natural Resources Officer, Kisoro District.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ngondwe Posiano, DCDO Kagadi.
Gerard Viona are my names, Natural Resources Officer, Kagadi.
Morning, everyone. Sengo Bali Dabachi, I'm working with the Water and Media Network. I'm a journalist.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ephraim Kasos. I am a journalist.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Krutum Nampima.
Hello, team. I'm Dan Chupakachuguri. I work with NEMA, Uganda.
Good morning. I'm called Maria Muhechi. I work with Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tumtende Rezekarim. Nakapipi District Local Government. I'm here for DNRO.
Musa Sizichisto Julius, District Education Officer, Buyukwe.
Moses Sibo, Environment Officer, Manafa District Local Government.
Salute you, ladies and gentlemen.
Isaac Natif is my name. District Education Officer, Manafa Local Government.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Brenda Nasasra is my name. I am an engineer with Ministry of Water and Environment under the Secretariat of Refugee Response. Thank you.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ased Fred for City Environment Officer Arua.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ogozo Byron. I'm the Senior Forest Officer for Arua City. Thank you.
Zephyr Vakeya is my name. DNRO Karungu District Local Government.
I'm Jackson, a tourism officer sitting in for District Commercial Officer, Tororo.
Good morning. My name is Aloy Takhori Joshua. I'm the District Youth Officer in Capital Fred.
My name is Anambale Godfrey. I'm the District Health Officer, Ududa.
I am Odako Zadok, District Commercial Officer Namaingo.
Good morning. I'm Shalon Newamanya. I'm a Senior Environment Officer for the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development.
Good morning. I'm Namialo Susan Nakayenga, a Senior MSMEs Officer, Technology Research, Innovation and Processing, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Eric Utema for the District CDO, Kigum District Local Government. Nice to meet you all.
Opio Innocent Uchaya is my name for DNRO Kitgum District Local Government. Thank you.
Good morning. Dennis Ross Ngole is my name for DNRO Karenga District. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Lake Allen Prosi is my name, the acting DNRO Oyam District.
Morning, everybody. Ivan Katongole, Deputy Director Land Use Planning and Development, KCCA. I'm representing the Director for Fiscal Planning, Kampala Capital Authority.
Morning, everyone. My name's Gladys Narunkuma, DNRO Buvuma District.
Morning to you all. I'm Rose Nachejwe, DNR Omasaka District Local Government.
Good morning. Isaac Orena Okiror from the Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Karana Juko, Minister of Water and Environment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anina Lisa Marion from the Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Irene Shekwati from the Ministry of Water and Environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I am Anastasia Namluli. I'm a Senior Climate Change Officer with the Department of Climate Change and Carbon Trade. So over to our participants online. Are you able to hear me? Aisha? Aida, please, could you introduce yourself?
Yes, sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Aida Guardiola. I'm the Regional Program Officer for Anglophone and Lusophone Africa NDC Partnership Support Unit. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Henry?
Good morning. My name is Onzema Henry Pastor. I'm the acting DNR of Bongi District Local Government.
Thank you. Cephas? Margaret.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I'm Margaret Barhi Himsana. I'm the Regional Manager for NDC Partnership Support Unit based in Nairobi. Thank you.
Would be nice to have your videos on, if possible, so that we can put a face to the name. Nola. Okay, as Nola comes on, maybe we could hear from Mark. Maybe we can move on to Robert.
Morning, happy to join you. My name is Robert Bachika, the NDC in-country facilitator. I'm just here in Mitara Maria region. Over.
Looking forward to having you here, Robert. Habib. Walter.
Hello, good morning, guys. Nice meeting you here. I'm Kakembo Habib from M.
Thank you, Habib. Walter? Could we have Nola introduce yourself, please?
Good morning. Are you getting me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Perfect.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm called Avakonola Dareo, Marata District Local Government.
Thank you so much. So we're really happy to have you here. Allow me invite. Oh, we have our consultants online now. Tapelo, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Please proceed.
Loud and clear. I can hear.
Yes. Please proceed with the introductions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I'm struggling with my video. I will sort it out just now.
Yes.
But good morning, everyone. The name is Tapelo Lititi. I'm from Zutari, South Africa. I am here with my team, Mwoko Pula, who will also support me on adaptation issues to present tomorrow. But I'm the consultant leading the work of compiling Uganda's NDC 3.0. Thank you very much for having me in this consultation workshop.
Thank you so much, Tapelo. So let's go back to our program. I'd like to invite Madame Rose Nachagwe, who's, I'm sorry, Madame Rose, if I mispronounced it. Please come and join me here. She's a co-moderator to the District Natural Resource Officer for Masaka District Local Government. Welcome, Madame Rose.
Thank you, Madam Namululi. Let me hope that I'm pronouncing it rightly. Morning to you all. Thank you for coming to Masaka. Here it is Masaka City, but let us assume that you are in Masaka District. Because here in Uganda we share. If my compound is not big enough, I can borrow your compound. But when I'm welcoming my visitors, I welcome them as the Nachegwe Rose. There is no problem. And let us hope that you had a good night in Masaka. Those who are not comfortable, today you are free to change to another comfortable area. The accommodation in Masaka is plenty, as we said. It's just a matter of identifying where you can fit. I've been told also I'm going to be a co-moderator, but my partner is already seated. I thought co-moderating will have to be standing here too. We have sessions, the opening sessions up to break. They're going to be preparing us to understand climate change issues and then climate trade. The NDC will come later when we have really comfortably understood adaptation, mitigation, and other issues concerning climate change. Because we are going to handle climate, the NDC 3. There was NDC 1, there was the NDC update. Okay. Thank you, Madam Namululi. I thought these ones were only for MPs. But let me try to fit in also. Can I also use this one? Next time when I come in, let me hope that I'm audible, but there is some echo. Technology. Now let us welcome our commissioner, Mr. Semambo Mohammed. He has lived in the climate change department for some time, and he has seen it grow. Mr. Semambo, sir, you are welcome, and give us a start.
Thank you very much, the moderator, Madam Rose Nachejwe. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That is encouraging. My name is Semambo Mohammed. I serve as Assistant Commissioner in the Department of Climate Change and Carbon Trade, and I deal with climate change adaptation and mitigation in that department. So my task is very simple today, to welcome you, but I'm doing it on behalf of the Acting Commissioner, Mr. Bob Natif, who is unable to be with us here because he's attending the AGN, that is Africa Group of Negotiators meeting. Those of you who are following climate change, the Conference of Party is just in the corner. So Uganda also negotiates under the Africa Group of Negotiators, which is AGN. There is a meeting going on in West Africa, specifically that is Ghana, and Mr. Bob Natif is in that meeting as a member of the AGN. So is equally representing Uganda in the course of climate change. So today, my work is just very simple, to welcome you on his behalf. And I'll start by recognizing the presence of our chief guest, the cow from Masaka district. Happy to have you, sir, in this meeting. I would also like to recognize the presence of UNDP, represented by Madam Sarah Mujabi. Those of you who have been seeing the invitations, I think you would have noticed that there is the word UNDP in there. So maybe at a later stage, she will try to tell us what UNDP does and what is the relationship between UNDP and the NDCs that we are doing. So I also want to recognize the NDC partnership representation by Madam Margaret Balihaihi, who introduced herself online. She will also be one of the speakers. But also the representatives of the ministries, departments, and agencies. We have heard from the introduction. We have KCCA represented by the Deputy Director. We have heard NEMA being introduced, the Ministry of Transport, Works and Transport, Ministry of Trade, and I think we still have others who are coming because they were all invited just to be part of this engagement. So I would like to recognize our key partners, but also the implementers of the climate change actions, who are the district local government. So today, we are here to do what we call one of the consultations that have been planned on the NDCs. But I think before doing that, it is important to know that we are all here just to reflect on the journey which has not started today. It started some time back. So it will be injustice not to recognize the representative of the non-state actors who are in this room. So some people may wonder, this is a government meeting, but why do we have WWF, why do we have EMIRI and the rest, including CANU, Climate Action Network Uganda? These are the partners that have been supporting government of Uganda, not only in the plans for climate change, but also in resource mobilization, but also enabling us to implement this. So I would like to say that this is really very important moment for those of you who are physically here and those who are online. So when we sent out the invitation, you would have noticed that we have sampled across all the districts in Uganda. So implying that we shall only having this as the regional consultations. And the reason I shall tell you is because of the limitation in terms of time to submit the NDC, but also in terms of financial implications. So we have discussed this with our partner who is UNDP, that can we have a one regional consultation that brings all regions in Uganda, sampled of course, not all districts are here, to ensure that we have adequate representation, but also providing feedback in the draft NDC, which has already been shared. So what is this NDC we are talking about? I think that is really very important. Why the NDC? What is the NDC? Some time back, I was sent by my permanent secretary to talk to a group of people who are also, they were studying the NDC as an institution. You know, the NDC is National Defense College in Jinja. So they invited me to talk about NDC. So they were saying, are you part of us? I told them I'm part of you, but not in terms of the service that you offer. So yeah, I think it is very important to us to understand what is the NDC we're talking about, and perhaps maybe it will give us the adequate scrutinizing of the document and also being objective when we're providing feedback. So the national determined contribution, which shall use the word NDC, is a mechanism to help governments to implement their national climate change commitments. But it is feeding into the global commitments. So in simple terms, the NDC is the mechanism that governments use to implement the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement is a legally binding treaty that the governments that feel that there's climate change signed in 2015 to express their commitments in tackling climate change. When we're tackling climate change, is merely reducing global warming. When we talk about global warming, you have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And when you do that, is what we call mitigation. Okay? So this plan is merely to help countries to implement what they have signed in terms of the Paris Agreement. So the plan is the NDC. It is a plan that the countries communicate that this is what we can do to cause to the global effort of reducing greenhouse gases and the corresponding rising temperatures. But on the other hand, also the plan try to explain what are the impacts of climate change that the countries are also facing, apart from contributing causes of climate change. What are the impacts of climate change that the countries are facing, and what adaptation measures do countries need to do? That is also part of the NDC. And then the other phase of the NDC, what capacity needs in terms of technology, in terms of money, in terms of human capacity that the countries will require to implement the adaptation and mitigation. So when you combine the three, is what we shall, or is what we mean to be the NDC. Okay? So the NDC is communicated by countries every after 5 years. So meaning that Uganda did the first NDC in 2016. Our first international determined contribution, which was the INDC, is the one that we confirmed as our first NDC in 2016. Okay? And that was the plan that the country committed to do towards implementing the Paris Agreement. Since the NDCs are supposed to be communicated or updated every after 5 years, then in 2022, the countries were to, 2020, actually, in 2020, the countries were to either communicate a new NDC or update the NDC. So we did that and we submitted it in 2022. So now the current version of the NDC, which we call NDC 2.0, okay, is what the Uganda submitted to UNFCCC to implement the Paris Agreement. And that was committing us to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 24.7%. Okay? Now, we are talking about NDC 3.0, meaning that in 2025, we would have submitted the second round of NDC. Now, this is what we call NDC 3.0, okay? So the version we are going to consult on today is the NDC 2.0, but in Uganda, it does not mean that it is the NDC number 3 or NDC number 1 or NDC number what? Number 2. No, those numbers are the repository numbers. Every time you submit, you go to another number, okay? It can remain the same NDC, just updated, isn't it? But every time you submit the UNFCCC as a requirement, it attracts a number, okay? So in simple terms, Uganda has had one NDC, which has been updated. That's why I called it updated NDC 2020 what? 22. So meaning that we updated number 1, 2, number 2, and what we did update is the analysis that you do, you reflect on the commitments and the ways of implementing that NDC. Or you may choose to completely do a completely new NDC, isn't it? So that is what the requirement is. So the first NDC in 2016, we had committed to reduce our greenhouse gases by 22%. Then in 2022 NDC, which is number 2, we have improved our commitment of reducing greenhouse gases. That's why I talk about 24.7%. Now, what do we have in this NDC 3.0? Okay? Okay? Are we remaining on the 24.7% or there's something new? This is what we're going to be discussing. So, but altogether, the NAC, the National Climate Change Advisory Committee, advised that we don't need now to update because of the emerging issues. Now we need to do the second NDC. Okay? So it is NDC number 2, but in terms of submission is 3.0. I hope I'm trying to clarify. So that is the NDC. It is a commitment. Now, apparently speaking right now, there are about 28 countries by 2015 that have submitted NDC 3.0. Uganda have not yet submitted. The reason that we shall be discussing, one of it is about the political period that we had, but also we had to do thorough assessment and analysis in terms of the sources of greenhouse gases, which sectors, and what is it that it can inform the draft which we have. It's not about thinking about what we put. It is informed by analytical assessments in terms of adaptation and mitigation to reach out to what we have in the version or in the draft which we have, which our consultants will be discussing from Zotari. They are based in South Africa. So how does this one now relate to what we do as local governments? I think this is also very important. First of all, it is important to note that the National Climate Change Law of 2021 compels the government of Uganda to develop a framework strategy. The framework strategy is the long-term low emission development plan, which government of Uganda has developed. Then in number 2, the law also compels the government of Uganda to develop a climate change action plan, which you have developed. Our climate change action plan in Uganda is our NDC, okay? So don't ask that we don't have a climate change action plan. The NDC serves as the climate change action plan. Then the law also compels the lead agencies, where you have ministry departments, but also local government, to develop what we call climate change action plans, which have to be aligned to the national climate change action plans and the long-term law development strategy. So in so doing, it is this NDC now which is going to guide what is it that we have to do in our district climate change action plans or local climate change action plans. A local climate change action plan can be for a city, can be for a municipality, can be for a district as we know them. Okay? So the alignment of the local climate change action plan with the national climate change action plan, which is the NDC, and the climate change strategy, which is the long-term low emission development strategy, is what the climate change law for the country is actually asking us. Also, allow me also to pass this message. The NDC is a 5-year plan. It means that it is important to align this 5-year plan with our national development aspiration. That's why the NDC, under the Paris Agreement, one of the principles, it should be transparent, it should respect the national circumstances. Nobody is forcing us to do the NDC to reflect what other countries have done. Okay? It is called nationally determined contribution. So it is country-driven climate change action plan. But the beauty with it is that it is the plan that we use to solicit for resource mobilization internally, but also at international level. Okay? Despite being a commitment for the country, it is a document that has to demonstrate the country's commitment in terms of reducing greenhouse gases, but also promoting resilience and adaptation. But also it's the same document that we use to resource mobilize at global, but also domestically. And it is the same document that guides the national carbon trading. Okay? So that's why we have a presentation just to introduce what are these carbon trading and how they link to the NDC. So that will be very important. So the NDC cannot address all our problems. It is a strategic document. Okay? We have many needs, we have many challenges, but we need to prioritize among the challenges. What is it that we want to do in terms of reducing emissions, in terms of providing what? Resilience. Because after 5 years, there's what we call stock take, global stock take. Okay? We have to undertake stock take globally, but the stock take, the baseline is from the country's NDCs. As you increase ambition, look into your national circumstances. What is it that we can do? This also brings in other subjects that we can talk about. Climate justice, oil and gas, etc. How do we handle this? And it has to be a sector-wide strategy. It is not only a document of environment. Today we have invited, Mr. Cow, we have invited natural resources because by the law, they are supposed to do what the Department of Climate Change and Carbon Trade would have done at local level, okay, at that level. So they are the entry point of our department, but it is does not mean that all what is in the NDC or in the local climate change action plan is them to implement. So that's why we have the mix of what? Representative here, from production to trade, name it. So just wanted to make it that the constant which we have is the contact persons in the district. But now for the rest of others, we started to mix. When we invited maybe production, in the other district, we invited from water. If we invited from water, then we invited from what? From marketing. So that now we have that feel, isn't it? So that is the NDC. It has to embrace other what? Multiple sectors. So as we try to scrutinize this, I think this is really very important that the NDC cannot address all our problems, but we need to prioritize as a country what we can do within the 5 years. It does not mean that others are not important, but we need to prioritize what is it that we can do to reduce emissions in transport. What is it that we can do to reduce emissions maybe in agriculture or production, isn't it? And whatever that we commit ourselves in this document, because it's a national document, it's a national plan, it means that they are going to trickle down to our local governments. Because we have to demonstrate how do we implement this as in local government. So as we try to reflect on the NDC, the small dots may not come in the NDC because after the NDC, we shall have what we call the NDC implementation what? plan, which will detail whether I need a workshop, whether I need this and all that kind. So this is like a strategic document which you have to design effectively, but behind it, there will be some bit of elaboration in NDC implementation plan. So don't say that these things have to go there. So as we discuss this, let us try to be open-minded. We bring all these things, but likelihood that most of the things which can be abandoned into 1, 2, 3 statements is what actually the NDC will future. And then we unpack them at implementation level. Okay? So I think with that, allow me to end my welcoming remarks. I have used more than what I asserted, but I think it is really important to first build this context as we move into the subject matter of today. So thank you very much. I wish you fruitful deliberations and discussions as we try to engage on the NDC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Semambo. Let me hope you are heard. If not yet, really, we are wondering why you have not made that privilege. We want to call you Haji Semambo. Thank you for that elaborative discussion, and you have given us the background of how the NDCs have come and how they are and how where we want to be. Maybe the small inquiry. Now we are moving to the NDC 3. Do we have reports of implementation of NDC 1, then update? Because I hope it is better we have such reports. Are we moving ahead or we are moving backwards? It needs to be really clear that we are moving to another update, but the available document has been implemented to this extent. Then another issue, I'm wondering, I'm just thinking aloud that districts would have been the first one to create their district climate change action plans to feed into the national. But what is happening, the national does, the district we have not yet there. That is also another challenge which needs also to be sorted out. Then next on agenda, we have another partner, NDC partnership, Madam Margaret Bahehahi online. May we really connect Madam Margaret to give us her remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, so greetings from NDC Partnership. Our chief guest, the cow for Masaka, who is our host, the acting commissioner, represented by Semambo, distinguished delegates, partners, and friends, good morning. We are really happy to join you virtually in Masaka on this vital regional consultation. I'm with my colleagues, Gloria Namazi and Aida Guardiola. At the partnership, we really commend Uganda for the effort. For those who may not know, but I'm sure you know, Uganda has taken it as a tripartite effort with the leadership of Ministry of Finance, of Water and Environment, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and the National Planning Authority. They are working together with all our partners as NDC Partnership. They have taken a bold step to make climate in a whole of government and whole of society approach that we are witnessing today. This time round that you are looking at the third Uganda's NDC is, as you can see, they really want to get everybody on board, no leaving anybody behind. And we are so happy to see almost the whole country is represented. A huge thanks to the UNDP for your flexibility to fund these consultations. We trust Uganda will meet the UNFCCC deadline, which is end of this month, so that Uganda is reflected in the global synthesis report, keeping the vital voice of Uganda at the international stage. We have already over 140 countries that have already submitted their NDCs, and out of 140, 108 have been supported through NDC partnership. As you all know, those who participated in COP30 in Belém, now the global mission is shifting from planning towards implementation. And at the NDC partnership, we stand ready to bridge this gap. We are a global coalition of 270 members, countries, and institutions, and we help countries to transform these NDC's climate goals into investable projects and clear policies. Since 2018, Uganda has been very active through NDC partnership, and it has actually become a regional and global leader in many fronts. It has strengthened its institutional structures, policy environments, when you look at the policy improvements, internal capacity to mobilize climate finance. Through NDC partnership, we've seen great embedded advisors across ministries, but also short experts, consultancies to improve the work, and our partners are actually already funding some projects. This progress, which we are seeing, is a testimony for our partners that are really dedicated to support Uganda. For example, this time round of NDC updating, which we are validating or consulting today, we got Uganda's request and saturated globally. We got 100% support from partners. We never used our Plan B Partnership Action Fund because partners used their own funds. So really allow me to recognize our partners, including the UK through FCDO, the French government through AFD, World Bank, the EU, the Germany government through GIZ, Africa Development Bank, and the entire UN family that were really organized and coordinated by UNDP. We had UNEP, UNHCR, UNICEF, FAO, and others, but UNDP coordinated them to put support as we witness today. So, and we cannot fail to thank the partners who are in the partners group on environment and climate. The co-chairs facilitated mobilizing support to Uganda's requests, and they are still working. We hope this momentum will continue as we move to the full implementation phase, because raising ambition alone cannot raise resilience, and especially at local level. So we think that there is still a huge funding gap for Uganda, so we need to work together to see that we put action on ground. At the partnership, we are really available, waiting to work with you. Would like to see how we do like a targeted country self-assessment to see where government is, what are the needs, and most importantly, how do we prioritize them as national priorities to bring in these programmatic investment actions, which can cause impact on ground, especially like now we are at local level. How do we bring, I heard the moderator saying, at local level, how do we come in at the beginning? But I think this is already a start. As Semambo said, how do we make local level be part of the implementation plans and investment plans? With that, I thank you, and we are ready to hear what today's deliberations bring to the table. Thank you. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Madam Margaret. Really, we appreciate your partnership and the love you have to Uganda, and how you are promising to help us to live with where we are, and then to add on to the implementation side. Then maybe for Madam Margaret has talked about self-assessment. Where do we stand? That's where the problem is. Where do we stand? And did I have this note? Most of the NGOs and the partners, when they are coming to our local governments, all of them, they have a word. And I'm wondering where they got that word, climate resilience. Every project, climate resilience. I'm wondering, what are we resisting from? But every project coming, there is that word. Is it a fashion? But at the end of the day, what they have talked about climate resilience, you can't really trace. There is really, we need really to be conscious, because that word is now really, I think it is a hot cake, climate resilience. Because for me, I have around 4 to 5 NGOs, but their project, when they're ending, is climate resilience. But really, we are wondering, maybe we shall really be given more guidance. Then now let us really call Madam Sarah Mojavi, the representative of UNDP, our funder, our partner, and then our coordinator in climate change. Where is Madam Sarah? You're welcome, Madam Sarah.
I want to say thank you very much for this opportunity that I have been given to make a few remarks at the start of this big meeting on the NDC Regional Consultative Meeting held here in Masaka. My name is Sarah Mjavi, and I want to bring you, first of all, greetings from the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, in Uganda. On behalf of the United Nations Development Program, I am honored to convey my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Water and Environment for the long-standing working partnership that we have had and enjoyed, and for organizing today's regional meeting. I also want to thank you, the participants that have come to this meeting, for your presence, for being here today, because your presence demonstrates our collective commitment to the development and ownership of this NDC 3.0, which embodies Uganda's commitment to the Paris Agreement and contributes significantly to the achievement of goals that are set in the National Development Plan 3. When the commissioner stood here, he said, I should tell you what does UNDP do. UNDP is the development arm of the UN system. But in one sentence, I will say that UNDP helps the countries to develop policies, institutions, skills, and partnerships that are needed to end poverty, to reduce inequality, to protect the environment, and to achieve sustainable development. UNDP today works in about 170 countries and territories, helping those entities to develop their own systems for improving lives, reducing poverty, and building sustainable and resilient communities. In summary, UNDP focuses on reducing poverty and inequality by supporting jobs, livelihoods, and economic growth, strengthening governance through support for public institutions, democratic processes, the rule of law, and accountability. It also addresses climate change, protecting the environment by helping countries and to transition to sustainable development and implement climate commitments. It also helps countries to build resilience for crisis such as conflicts, disasters, economic shocks, while linking humanitarian response with long-term development. And also it advances sustainable development goals by providing technical expertise, funding support, partnerships, and policy advice. It also promotes gender equality and digital innovation to ensure development benefits for all, and especially the vulnerable groups. UNDP has been and remains committed to supporting the government of Uganda in the efforts to achieve national resilience. Over the years, we have collaborated with government of Uganda on ecosystems restoration, expanding access to renewable energy, rehabilitating degraded forests and rangelands, and protecting critical biodiversity, among other important initiatives. And these interventions have all contributed significantly to sustainable development and climate action across the country. UNDP has also coordinated the partners on developing the NDCs each time. Today's meeting represents an important milestone in shaping the framework that will guide ministries, departments, and agencies of government, communities, and all development partners in delivering on Uganda's NDC 3.0 commitments. For development partners, this NDC 3 will articulate the national priorities that should guide investments, partnerships, and interventions aimed at strengthening resilience, supporting adaptation, and advancing climate mitigation efforts throughout the decade. However, despite these achievements that we have achieved so far, many Ugandan communities remain highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. This reality suggests that the scale and the pace of adaptation actions that we have taken have not yet been sufficiently done to build a level of resilience that is required to withstand the increasing climate-related shocks and stresses. It also challenges us to reflect on whether the low carbon technologies and approaches that we have deployed so far are adequately responding to the local needs and circumstances that we have in Uganda. So, raising our ambition to climate action should now be moved to implementation. As we look ahead, there is need to deepen our thinking around Uganda's green growth development strategy and our vision 2040. This calls for greater engagement with sustainable and inclusive business models, digitalization across the value chains, enhanced digital skills development, broader financial mobilization of private sector capital, and innovative de-risking mechanisms. Also, nature-based solutions and disaster risk financing and transfer of innovations. These approaches can strengthen the resilience of businesses and communities and create productive and inclusive deployment or employment opportunities, and particularly for women and youth, and also serve as powerful catalysts for sustainable growth within the water and environment sector. Ultimately, they will contribute to improved livelihoods for Ugandan communities while supporting global efforts to address climate change. It is therefore my hope that today's consultation will generate fresh ideas, innovative approaches, practical solutions that will enrich the NDC3 process. So let us work together to strengthen our national adaptation capacities, accelerate climate resilience, and increase Uganda's contribution to greenhouse gas emissions and advance our shared commitment to sustainable and prosperous future. UNDP remains ready to support this process still ongoing until forever. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam Sarah. As she was ending, she has promised it is an unending support from UNDP. Don't we really need to give her a hand of applause? Somebody really promising that I've been doing this, but I will continue with no limit, no time limit. Really, we're appreciating you, Madam Sarah, and they also send our appreciation to the director that really we are appreciative for the support you are always giving and what you have promised to still give us. Some of the districts, they are benefiting from the projects, and we hope even other districts will also be brought on board. A lot has been said. As the UNDP has been talking, has been emphasizing what Mr. Semambo talked. That it is the other one is the funder, these are the implementers. Really, we are very grateful and thank you very much. At this juncture, let me invite the district, the CAO, the Chief Administrative Officer of Masaka District, to give us his word of wisdom on climate change. Thank you. Mr. CAO.
Thank you very much, Rose. The Commissioner, Mr. Semambo, from Ministry of Water and Environment, representative from UNDP, NDC partnership, those who are here and those who are here virtually, distinguished leaders from this region, if there is any, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Asimwe John is my name. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer, Masaka DLG. I didn't know I was supposed to be the guest of honor today, this morning, until I got here. I had interacted with the day's schedule, and I thought I was just going to give remarks, opening remarks, but I'm very much honored to stand here as a guest of honor in this important engagement. I've just made 1 year in Masaka as a CAO, and Rose is one of my employees as a Natural Resources Officer, and we have been together in this agenda for at least a year. But back home where I come from, I also do some bit of farming. I'm a farmer. In order to sustain myself and my family. When I came to Masaka, when I was interacting with Rose about what I can do as a side source of income, I had thought of venturing into fish farming. So, but one time when I was talking to Rose, Rose discouraged me. Please, cow, you're going to lose your money. Don't venture into fish farming, because I thought Lake Victoria being near here, you'd go into cage farming, but she cut me off immediately. Don't lose your money, you'd rather go into crop. So back home, I went and tried to venture into coffee farming. Some coffee farming, and I also ventured into house avocado growing. I went to the bank and borrowed some money. I acquired a loan from some bank and invested in coffee and house avocado. I think I planted like 5,000 seedlings of house avocado. But as I speak now, I have lost almost 100% of house avocado seedlings that I planted. All of them, they have dried up because of these climate change issues, prolonged droughts and unreliable. So I had been supported by government with some small irrigation system, but my neighbor opened a channel along my source of water and it's dried up. So when I got this invitation, having gone through all these things, I decided to come and participate. I'm very passionate about these environment issues because they are about our existence. They're about our existence. So thank you very much, Commissioner. In fact, tomorrow, I was thinking of writing a request to the Minister of Water for support. Support me with a bigger irrigation system. In fact, I'll hand over this letter to request to you, Commissioner, tomorrow, to the PS. So on my own behalf and on behalf of the leadership of Masaka District, I want to take this honor and privilege to welcome you to this important engagement. The host entity should have been Masaka City, but you know Masaka City is a baby who was born recently by Masaka District. So we are here as a host, and I'm happy to host you, because I can see the whole country is here. Guru, where all those Kasese, you are most welcome to Masaka, and specifically to this engagement. I want to appreciate the Minister of Water and other partners for organizing this engagement. At least me as a lay person in these environment issues, I'm able to appreciate what NDC is all about. Not the National Defense College, but at least now I've been able to understand what it is all about. So we are grateful to the Minister of Water and Environment for organizing this engagement, to the NDC partnership and UNDP for the collaboration and the technical support. And we as Masaka, we want to reaffirm our commitment to be part of this climate solution in Uganda. Globally, and of course, specifically as a country, we are standing at a very critical moment. Very critical. So this revised draft NDC 3.0 is intended to guide our climate agenda and align directly with our national development priorities, including the tenfold strategy. And you are aware that these matters of threats, climate change threats, are not very far. They are here with us. And here in Masaka, we are seeing them in shifting rainfall patterns, prolonged dry spells, as I've already indicated, how I lost my seedlings. And so many farmers are making losses. The survival rate of seedlings, coffee, tea, and others, farmers are making a lot of losses. And yet the government does not have the capacity to support every garden in Uganda. And so those floods along Lake Victoria, those who live near Lake Victoria, a lot of frequent floods are around there. diseases, pressure on land, farmers now running from the dry land to wetlands. And there are so many issues. As Masaka, we have lost, we see the region losing a lot of forest cover. Forest cover, we have lost. And recently I wrote a letter to the PS Commissioner. I'm looking forward to engaging on this, on what I reported about with the PS and the whole team. We are losing a lot of forest cover. Wetlands are now dry, no more water. So it's a big challenge. It's not a national issue, it's a global problem. So the purpose of this workshop is really timely. And as I said, we shall be scrutinizing the revised draft NDC 3.0, consolidating our regional adaptation and mitigation interventions, and prioritizing key integrated NDC investments across the country. And as districts, I see a lot of local governments here. We are the front line in terms of implementation. So what we agree here will determine whether policies translate into boreholes that don't dry, farms that remain productive, forests that stand, and communities that are resilient. So Masaka, we pledge our full cooperation. Commissioner, we have some bit of experience and of course a number of challenges. Some experience in wetland restoration, sustainable land management, renewable energy uptake, and community-based adaptation. There are quite a number of challenges, as I've already indicated. One of them is the financing gaps. Thank you very much, UNDP, for the support. But we still have huge gaps in financing. And specifically the natural resources as a sector in local governments is one of the grossly underfunded sectors in government. When you look at the budget and the support, it's really, it does not really measure. Matters of how do they carry out these operations. Recently in Masaka, when I came, I donated an old pickup to the department. They told me they had the capacity to mobilize resources and buy a new engine, but it's now almost a year down the road. I don't see this pickup on the road. So these are the challenges. They need to move. They are just walking on borders. So we need to do something about this financing gap. And of course, limited technical capacity in some cases. And also they need to balance development with environmental sustainability. And another big challenge which I have taken note of is coordination. As I speak now at the district, we are trying to coordinate partners. Today there is an ongoing meeting trying to coordinate partners. But generally across government, you'll see a lot of coordination gaps between local governments and the center. We need to really strengthen this kind of coordination so that we are on the same page. And then, of course, there are quite a number of partners in this. In Masaka, we have quite a cocktail of them. I see GIZ in Masaka, Regenerative Africa, SNV, International Crane Foundation, they are all in issues of environment. Aga Khan Foundation, UNDP. But how often do they sit to speak to each other? These partners. So how do we get these partners together, sit in one room like this and plan together? So that at the end of the day, as a country or as a district, we are able to come up with an integrated work plan. So that we're able to appreciate who is standing where, who is doing what, with which resources, and so that we avoid the duplication of effort and resources. So this coordination is really quite huge, and the Minister of Water really, you need to coordinate this government, and we coordinate better. Recently, the government introduced this policy of national cleaning days. They are all related to what we are talking about now. But have we prepared the people adequately? Yes, they are saying every last Saturday of the month, everybody cleaning. But have we worked on the mindset of the people? In order for everybody, because we need everybody on board. The local councils, now we have new leaders in villages. How do we bring them on board? How do we sensitize the people to appreciate whether there is this policy of government or what, everybody, we need a clean country. Some time back, government had, there was something to do with a dustbin in every vehicle in order for us not to throw bottles everywhere, but I don't know where it disappeared to. It just evaporated and died a natural death. So what is it? So you see, in a bus, you see bottles flying outside, out of windows, everywhere. In the Lake Victoria here, a lot of bottles in the lake. Waste management issues. It's a huge challenge. So we need to coordinate better. We need to change the mindset of the people to understand what it is all about. The whole environment has been tampered with. Degraders, very rich people, degraders, deploying even excavators in natural forests, replacing indigenous trees with eucalyptus for commercial purposes. Selfishness, greed. So there are a lot of issues, Commissioner, but it's not too late. There is still room for improvement. So as I said, we pledge our commitment as a district. And I urge all of us in this forum to be practical and honest in our discussions. We prioritize the interventions that are really bankable, inclusive, and those that deliver both climate and development co-benefits. Let us ensure that local governments are adequately equipped in order for them to plan, budget, and report on these NDC actions. Government is just sitting on local governments. Local governments are the foundation of government. The moment we really don't equip local governments, then we are just writing on top of water. So Ministry of Water and other partners, please let us support local governments. So as I welcome you once again to Masaka, I want to say Masaka is cool. We are going to be here for 2 days. Let's concentrate and make a contribution to this Paris Agreement. As a country must contribute. We need everybody on board, as I said, at local government level, sub-county level, partners, and even at individual level. That's why I was talking about the mindset change among the people. So I thank you very much for this opportunity, and I want to declare this engagement officially opened. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, our guest of honor, for now opening up our workshop. Thank you, Carl, for all that you have said. But as you said that you gave us an old pickup, it's still grounded. The problem was not solved. It is still there. But we appreciate your efforts. As the Carl said, we collaborate when we are doing our work. But as there's financial gap, even our local revenue is still small. Mr. Assistant Commissioner, we are now looking at your side and Madam Sarah for more funding. It is not only for Masaka, but across the local government. We have a fund from Ministry of Water and Environment through the Ministry of Finance, but it's still small. We appreciate that, but it's not yet good enough. It's not even a quarter, but we appreciate. But we need more funding so that we can implement most of the activities we plan across the country. Now let me go back to my co-moderator, Madam Namuduri, to take us through the next session. Let us be attentive. After the sessions, we are going for break tea. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's give Madame Rose another round of applause. Please, please. I insist. Yes, so we are going to go into our first presentation. For the day, we are going to understand climate change. Have a presentation from Madame Scovia. Please, Madame Scovia, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anna. Good morning once again. Good morning. Yes, my name is Scovia Akot, and I'm going to run through a brief understanding. I know we are all experts. Some of us have experience, like the cow mentioned, but we also thought that it's important before we start speaking our jargons, that we bring ourselves to a common understanding on what we're talking about. Climate change. She talked about everyone has the term resilience somewhere. It could mean different things, right? So we are here to do that. And I invite you to stand up. Please, let's stand up. So I want you to turn to your neighbor. First, listen to the instruction. You'll turn to your neighbor. I think I'll leave that to you. So you turn to your neighbor. You say hello and tell them how your journey has been to Masaka. And then the last task, please listen. The last task, you'll tell them, you'll discuss in your own terminology what weather is and what climate is, and stop there, okay? I'll give you a minute or two. Engage with your neighbor. Those who are online, you can send a message to your colleague and say hello. Okay, okay. I'll have volunteers. I just want 2 people to tell me what their neighbor said. I'll choose randomly what weather is, and then the other person what climate is. Okay? What did your neighbor say about weather?
Thank you. My neighbor has gone out, but before he went out, he told me that weather is the daily condition of the atmosphere. Yeah, as brief as that.
Okay, let me all clap for ourselves. Yes, what did your neighbor say? What is climate?
Incidentally, we discuss about the journeys and what will happen.
So you did not reach to climate.
Climate, that is the average assessment of weather for a period of time. The average assessment of weather for a period of time.
Thank you very much for that. Now, we know what weather is. We know what climate is. So what is climate change? So when we have the weather patterns changing for a long period of time, and we're focusing majorly on temperature plus all the other weather patterns. We're talking about rainfall. We're talking about humidity. We're talking about pressure. Okay? The list is endless. When most of you have bypassed that level, but for some of us, they'll bring for you homework and you have to actually draw. So thank you very much. And then we've had Mr. Semamo talk about greenhouse gases somewhere. I had not put this and I thought my colleague might say I'm biased because of the work I'm doing. But we also thought we know about some of these terms that you're going to meet along the way. So greenhouse gases, and what are those gases? We're saying these are gases that have the ability to trap heat in the atmosphere. There are very many. We're talking about carbon dioxide. We're talking about methane. There are fluorinated carbons, okay? The hydrofluorocarbons, for some of you that know them, okay? And the list is still endless. Now, and what is the greenhouse effect? We know climate change and what is the greenhouse effect, okay? Now we're saying that this is a process by which heat is trapped into the Earth's surface by the what? Greenhouse gases. Now this is how it works. I'm going to spend maybe a few seconds to explain this, and then the rest I'll just run through. I want to share this remaining 30 minutes with my colleague. So when we receive, or when the Earth, when we receive sunlight, okay, which is usually in terms of ultraviolet light, okay, or alpha or infrared light, okay? A third of it is usually reflected back by the Earth's surface. This could be plants, land, water, and the like, okay? Now, so what happens is that as this is reflected back, okay, there are gases that have the ability to block a certain percentage of this, especially the infrared red, from being lost from the atmosphere. They have the ability to trap, okay? Now, when this happens, and these gases are usually they exist in the atmosphere. But when we say climate change, we're saying that most times we have the ability to increase the amount of these gases. We said these gases have the ability to trap heat, okay? So how does that heat happen? You're trapping the radiations that should have been reflected back into space, okay? So when this doesn't happen, it means that the more gases we have, the more heat that we have. And that is simply what the greenhouse effect is. And that is what actually causes climate change, okay? So in brief, that is what it means. And we are lucky in this era. We have our phones, we have internet, we have our peers, we have our children. We can always chat about this. Now, when we come to the other side of the world, you've also heard the term hazard. What does a hazard mean? So the potential occurrence of a natural or human-induced physical event or trend or impact that may cause loss of life, injury, or other impacts. Now, there's another term, exposure. When we hear people saying we are exposed to what? We're coming to all that, but I just wanted you to know the terms. So the presence or your existence in an area that is likely to be affected means that you are exposed. It could be humans, it could be natural systems that exist in an area that has the ability to be affected by a climate hazard. Now, sensitivity is your inherent ability, okay? To either be affected or to respond to the hazard or the climate impact. Now, sensitivity, in that case, I'll give an example of COVID. We had a very huge, we're different age brackets and we're all affected differently. COVID became the hazard, okay? Now, when we looked at also geographical regions, we said people are affected differently based on where they are. And then we also have our human systems. We say that people that had already chronic illnesses were likely to be more affected. That means they were more sensitive compared to anyone of us. So we're going to see these terms later, and especially when you look at the NDC document, you could have seen some of them. Then vulnerability is the degree to which a system is likely to be damaged as a result of exposure to disturbances or stress. Then risk is the potential consequence. Sometimes we interchange this with impact, okay? Now, and then you'll hear about shock, the potential uncertain, abrupt, or long-term onset events. And usually the consequence is that we are shifting from the current state to a disturbed state. And when this persists for a long time, then we become stressed, okay? And that is what stress or climatic stress is. And then lastly on this is adaptive capacity. This is the ability of your system, of a system. It could be natural or human systems or ecosystems to adjust to any potential impact of climate change. Now, I've already talked about the drivers of climate change. My colleague is going to talk about something on carbon trade and all this. And I think that responds directly to some of the drivers of climate change. Now, I borrowed this because I like this statement. It's for you to read. It's not for me, but we'll reflect about it later. So what actually causes climate change? We've talked about having increased amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere that trap heat or temperature, and it potentially causes changes in the atmospheric weather patterns, okay? Now, science has already come and they've told us that if we do not moderate the potential harm that we have, we could escalate the temperatures beyond the capacity that our systems could adjust or contain. So there are things that they call the limits to the degree to which we can adjust. Today, at 0.5, possibly we did not recognize anything. Now they're saying that we've already, between 2011 to 2020, we're already at 1.1. There are reports that came that we are now heading towards 2.0. So what happens when we go to the extreme? And yet, where we are right now, we cannot even survive. The cow has said that you wake up and there's nothing, okay? His investment is zero. So if it's happening now, imagine what will happen later if we do not moderate our human activities. So in summary, I'm saying that climate change is largely admitted to human activities. And these human activities are the things that we know, the things that have the potential to increase the amount of greenhouse gases, or they have the potential to reduce or to eliminate the potential stores of the greenhouse gases, what we call the carbon sinks. Our forests have the ability to use carbon, okay? The trees and plants have the ability to use carbon to manufacture their food, and that's how they store in their biomass carbon for a long period of time, okay? When we open land, we release some of these gases. When we open up wetlands, we release a lot of methane that has been trapped in the wetlands, okay? So anything that does that has a potential to cause climate change. Now, what are the impacts of climate change? I really don't want to spend a lot of time on this. I think we've talked from the opening statements that we've had. We've really discussed already the impacts of climate change. What I want to draw your attention to is that everyone in this room is equally important in this conversation. Why? We're coming from all the different sectors, all the different livelihoods that affect our people. We're talking about education, we're talking about tourism, we're talking about biodiversity and ecosystems, we're talking about food, that is agriculture, forestry, wetlands. So everyone in this room is equally important. Why? Because climate change does not have borders in terms of sectors. It does not have borders in terms of sectors. Here we are speaking sectors, but when you see the impacts on ground, you realize that everyone is affected in all the different aspects of life, including ourselves. I was in PG, I don't want to, and we went to one of the meeting rooms. I'm telling you, that day it was very hot. It was very hot, and the hotel did not have the ability to provide the AC that we have in this room today. It was a huge disaster that most of the participants opted to spend more time outside the workshop room. So you can imagine the disruption that it can cause, even in the conversations that we're in. It was a bit embarrassing because we were talking about climate change, but that was the situation on ground. So it can affect all of us in different dynamics. What you'll see here is, there's an extent to which different sectors are affected. And this is from the IPCC. You can see that physical water availability. When you look at this chart here, it talks about adverse effects and then adverse and positive effects. So when we're talking about adaptive capacity or adaptation, we're talking about moderating harm, but also taking advantage of opportunities, okay? Climate change has significant negative impacts, but it can also bring positive change. So you could spend some time on these impacts, but I know you know them. We've talked about the different aspects. But when you look at this categorization, for example, for us in Uganda and different parts of Africa, we're looking mostly the impacts on agriculture, that is an afolu sector. You're looking at impacts on infrastructure, that is also very broad. Impacts on ecosystems and biodiversity, that is also very huge, but also that's a reason we are here. That later we can also gauge and start to tell that as much as you're saying A, B, and C, Tapela and team are going to present where the likely impacts are and where the magnitude are. And also in our NDC too, the updated NDC, sorry, we already communicated, we already mapped some of these things. It's a time for us to revisit this and say, does it match the current situation that we're in or not? Now, what do you do when you're affected? You have to respond, okay? And then this is going to be one of my last things about the response. We have some seats here. So one of the things that will happen is that you need to respond. And when you're responding in terms of climate change language, you're responding in terms of, one, increasing the greenhouse sinks, the greenhouse gas sinks, or you're trying to reduce greenhouse gas emission. Response in terms of cause and what you can do to cope, okay? And when you're trying to minimize the cause, that is mitigation, okay? The term mitigation can be used in literal sense, in the English version, which can also mean adaptation. Usually in most rooms, we are going to say we are going to mitigate climate change. Most times, the person is referring to adaptation measures, things that we can do to cope. But in our conversation today, I want you to take note. Mitigation refers to any measure that is taken to reduce the cause of climate change. And what is this? To reduce the amount of greenhouse gases. And number two, to increase the sinks for the greenhouse gases, okay? Is that fine? So that is what we are going to be speaking about actually in today's session, mitigation. And some of the measures that we know are quite robust. When you talk about forestry, for example, we're saying expanding the area under forests, okay? Restoration of land, okay? When you go to transport, you can use examples of mass transport. When we use mass transport, it means that we reduce the number of vehicles on the road, and then we can be able to reduce emissions that are coming from the transport sector. We can talk about energy, use of energy efficient technologies. So the list can be endless. Now, what about adaptation? What does adaptation mean? Adaptation is coping mechanisms. So you're adjusting, and this adjustment is usually in ecological, social, or economic systems to any expected or actually existing climatic stimuli or stress, okay? So in most cases, we focus on what is existing. But in our conversation, we're saying, can we also think about the future, what we expect to happen in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, in 30 years' time? And we also say that in adaptation, try to moderate or avoid the harm, and secondly, optimize the opportunities that come along with the potential impacts. Now, in agriculture, we can talk about irrigation, agroforestry. In terms of infrastructure, we can talk about urban greening, restoration of wetlands. We can talk about the what we call the non-tangible or structural measures. For example, early warning systems and the like. Safety nets. So if you're here and you're the cow, for example, and you have your people there who are waiting, you're counting the numbers of the elderly, know that supporting them to adapt. You never know when that money helps them. It might come at a time that they've just lost all their crops. So things like the sedge could be also a good opportunity for us to think about in terms of promoting adaptation. Now, adaptation is usually looked at as what you're doing immediately. But when you look at in the long term, overall, you should have the capacity of the social, economic, and environmental system to cope with an hazard. And that should be transformed into long-term capacities to survive, not just today. And that is why you're seeing many of these things coming up. Resilience, because we're saying agriculture, irrigation for resilience. They're looking at the long-term picture of adaptation. What happens today and what happens in the future. But as we do this, we need to avoid what we call maladaptation. And what your friend could have done, your neighbor, could have been maladaptation, because he could have opened the drainage to rechannel water to his farm as well, not knowing that it's causing potential harm to you. So as we plan, we also need to avoid causing harm as we try to do adaptation, okay? Now, as I hand you over to Miss Irene, who is going to talk about the carbon markets, could we stand up for the last time? I want you to stretch enough. I don't want you to complain when you go back. And as I hand over to the moderator, please, I don't have conclusions here. Tell your neighbor what you've learned. In 1 second, tell your neighbor what you've learned.
Thank you so much, Skovia. Here conversations are still going on. It means that the discussion is moving further. Yes, that was a very nice presentation. Madam Skovia took us through the concepts. Many times we intermix climate change, climate variability, resilience, and adaptation. She took us through how we are all affected. Most importantly is that we all have to come together to respond. Nobody can be a key player alone. Yeah? Yes, so let's move on to our next presentation on the climate change mechanisms from Madam Irene Chekwoti, our Principal Climate Change Officer. Madam Irene, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. I will ride on the existing protocol. So ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I think we need some break tea, but I will try to run through my presentation quickly so that we're able to have something to energize us. So that's my name, Irene Chekwoti, and I'm a Principal Climate Change Officer in the Department of Climate Change and Carbon Trade, and my focus is on mitigation more. So my presentation this morning will be focusing on unlocking carbon markets in Uganda in the context of climate change mechanisms regulations and the nationally determined contributions. I'm happy to see all of you. My neighbor traveled for 2 days. Maybe that's why the cow said that the whole country is here. So it's a privilege. We don't take it for granted that all of you are here. So thank you for your commitment. And we hope that at the end of the 2 days, we'll be able to walk back with something to our people, but also when we have worked on the NDC document that we are here today to provide input into. Cow, you're not alone. There's so many people who have lost their crops. My uncle lost about 15 acres of maize. That was very sad. He had to cut it for his cattle. So I liked the way you started your submission. And I think it just tries to tell us that climate change is here with us. So it's not a story. So that means that at the end of the 2 days, we should be able to come up with concrete actions that we think when we implement in the next 5 years, we should be able to have something out of that that will improve on our livelihoods. Okay, so let me not waste a lot of time. Let me go straight to my presentation. I will highlight something on this. It looks a bit long, but I'll try to be brief. I know when it comes to issues of carbon markets, sometimes depending on the audience, it can be difficult or easy to bring it out. So I'll try my level best to simplify it a little bit where possible. And I hope that I'll be able to speak slowly. I'm a bit fast in talking at times, so feel free to tell me to tone down my speed. So we'll look briefly on the introduction or background, and then we'll speak to the Paris Agreement, specifically Article 6 that speaks to carbon markets. And then we'll speak into the national policy in terms of carbon markets or our readiness in the country, what we have put in place to address issues of carbon markets. Then we need to understand some linkages between carbon markets and our nationally determined action plan, the NDC, or you would call it the action plan, the National Climate Action Plan. Then we will also try to briefly to look into what really qualifies a project to be called a carbon project, because we get so many questions around that. And then we will look at our readiness and briefly on our experience in carbon markets, because it's not something that is new, but it's been here from 1997. But, you know, just because government was not fully in charge, sounds like it's a little bit new, but it's not new. And then we'll look at briefly on what are the roles of the district local governments. The fact that we have all of you here, you have a role to play. So I'll briefly speak to what your roles are when it comes to issues of carbon projects or carbon markets. I think Scovia, thank you very much. Where is Scovia? I don't see him. She did a good job. She's behind. She did a good job. Already introduced something that I wanted to speak to. So first, we know that, and we've heard that climate change is a global challenge, meaning that all of us are involved in this. And it's driven by rising or increasing greenhouse gas emissions from human activities that are threatening our economies, livelihoods, food security, ecosystems, and sustainable development. You know, God is very wise. Naturally, greenhouse gases exist in the atmosphere. It was meant to regulate the temperatures, to make the earth a livable place. So they existed. The unfortunate bit is that the human activities, like burning of fossil fuels, you know, all of us, most of us came in driving. It's fortunate for those who came in a bus or something. So in the process of driving your car, you burn the fossil fuel and the emissions that come along with that. When we open up our wetlands, we see emissions like methane, which is very dangerous, coming out. Those in the industries, we need industrialization to speak to our 10-fold growth strategy, but also our Vision 2040. But in the process of that, the emissions that come from there. When we cut our forests for different purposes, we release carbon into the atmosphere. So all these greenhouse gases increase the concentration that was naturally, the gases which were naturally there, but the concentration now increases. And that, as Scovia explained very well, increase the trapping of the heat. And that causes like a blanket kind of lining that then causes global warming, that causes climate change. So we see that affecting all of us, as the cow and all of us have noticed. Now let me go straight to the international agreements or treaties that are in place that provide global framework for climate action, but also where carbon markets is coming from. We see that in 1992, the very first climate agreement was the one called the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which we call it UNFCCC. And then we see the Kyoto Protocol of 1997 that was trying to complement the UNFCCC, which was non-legally binding agreement. And that was the birth of carbon markets. Because then when the Kyoto Protocol came into play, countries, the developed countries were assigned or committed. They were asked to commit to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by a specific amount. And so the Kyoto Protocol became a legally binding agreement because countries that are developed were supposed to reduce their emissions. And one of the mechanisms that was put in place for them to do that in a more efficient manner was coming up with mechanisms that are called carbon trade. We see a mechanism called the Clean Development Mechanism that speaks directly to developing countries like Uganda, where then these countries were supposed to use that mechanism to help them reduce their emissions through. It had two objectives. One of the objectives of that mechanism was to help those developed countries to reduce their emissions in a more efficient manner. But how were they supposed to do it if they were not going to touch on their technologies? They were supposed to come to developing countries like Uganda implement a mitigation project and the resulting emission reductions, they would use that to offset their emissions. And that is how carbon markets came into play. In 2015, we saw the birth of the Paris Agreement, and these agreements try to complement each other because the UNFCCC and the Kyoto Protocol spoke to or gave more obligations to developed countries and less to developing countries like Uganda. And the reason was very clear, that the developed world, they are much more responsible for the climate change because they are developed. Their human activities caused all this mess, ideally. But then we see the Paris Agreement bringing on board everybody. Developed, all of us are supposed to be in the same room, agreeing on what can you do to contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions that will eventually lower the global temperatures that will make this earth a livable place for humanity, but also for ecosystems. And that is where the NDC came into play, where countries then committed to contributing to that reduction of the global temperatures, where Uganda contributed to reducing its own greenhouse gas emissions by 24.7%. Mr. Semambo spoke to that. Other countries have their different targets. And this is all meant to have, all countries contributing to reduction of global warming. So we are here to contribute to a better place today, tomorrow, and the future generations through our NDC, committing to it, but also implementing it is more sensible. And I liked the question from the co-moderator when she said, can we know where we are in terms of what we've implemented in the current NDC update? And I think that was very brilliant. I don't know, we don't have that in our program. I don't know if at some point we should, but we did a stock take and we know where we are and we know the challenges as well that we face, ranging from financial to also issues relating to monitoring, but also reporting. It can be part of the material. Thank you for that. So, based on that, carbon markets are key mechanisms under the Paris Agreement. So there are key mechanisms, and I am now going to focus on the Paris Agreement because that is the most recent agreement where the carbon markets now are anchored in. So we see that carbon markets are a key mechanism under the Paris Agreement that meant to mobilize private climate finance by enabling trading of carbon credits. We're going to understand briefly what are carbon credits, but what are also carbon markets. So briefly, a carbon credit is a verified unit representing 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide equivalent that has been sequestered, avoided, or reduced. And I like that diagram. I hope that it can speak to what I'm saying. Now that diagram, when you look at it, we see carbon dioxide here, which is a greenhouse gas. Here we see a greenhouse gas, which is called carbon dioxide. And then we see there something green, that is a forest that is trying to sequester carbon, captures and stores it. And uses it, of course, for photosynthesis or producing its food. So now, that is, the forest does the sequestration or the capturing and storing. We see avoidance, something like wind, the turbines or something that is to do with renewable energy, grid displacement. For example, if you put up a hydropower dam, it's obvious that we are going to avoid using diesel-powered generators. So we will be trying to avoid or displace the dirty fuels. Then we see down a bulb. You know, we used to have bulbs that consume a lot of electricity. but now we have bulbs that are energy efficient. Those are some of the activities. Or it can also be that the cook stoves that we're using, remember we're using 3 stones and many people still use them. I don't want to say my mother is not using. But we see that we have now improved clean cooking stoves. And that tries to improve on efficiency, meaning that even if we're cutting some kind of branches of trees, we'll not be able to cut a whole tree just to cook. So we see some kind of efficiency. Now, you do all these activities, but the international guidance has it that these activities have to be verified for you to call it a carbon credit. They have to be verified by independent bodies. They are as good as auditors. So when they audit, they find out that it's true, these activities, the planting of the trees sequestered carbon. The bulb actually is energy efficient, or the clean cooking stove is actually energy efficient and has been able to produce on the amount of energy that we use. So when that is verified, then the result is what we call a carbon credit. Now, this carbon credit is not something that you can see with your naked eye. So that's why there are international methodologies that are used to ascertain if actually you have reduced the greenhouse gas emissions or not, and to what extent. Now we see these carbon credits being sold in the market, but it's a market that is not seen with our eyes. It's not where we go and buy matoke, maize, or whatever. So it is issued in the form of a certificate that then you can use to trade it in a market that we don't see, but they exist. So a carbon market is basically a system, or it can be a platform where entities buy and sell carbon credits. And these carbon markets operate under established rules, institutions, and procedures to ensure transparency, credibility, but also environmental integrity. So it can be World Bank, or it can be any institution that is trying to buy carbon credits. So you can walk in and sell through your certificate that has been issued to you by the certifier. Then you can sell your carbon credits. Now we see there are 2 types of or classes of carbon markets. One of them is what you call compliance carbon market, and the other is what we call the voluntary carbon market. Now the compliance market is that very one that has been created by governments. You know, Uganda is a party to all these agreements I've been highlighting. Hey. I didn't do anything. Okay, thank you, Isa. But I didn't do anything though. I did know nothing. All right, so we see the other part. That's why you see that we have examples of the CDM, which is the Clean Development Mechanism out of the Kyoto Protocol. We see the Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement. I'll go slightly into the details of that. And then also, okay, we see the Paris mechanisms in general. as compliance markets. Then we have what is called voluntary carbon markets. Normally, when we have compliance markets, I don't know, it's a natural thing. There are also those voluntary well-wishers, if I could call them, who want to contribute to the good cause of reducing global warming or reducing global temperatures. This is where we see the voluntary carbon markets coming in, and they're administered by private and independent organizations, which are often non-governmental organizations. That is where we see voluntary carbon standards like Gold Standard, Vera, and many others. I see in the room some project developers who have their projects as well in voluntary carbon markets, so they understand what I'm speaking to. So they come up and they try to move along with a compliance market. Basically, that is the difference between these two markets, but they are both markets anyway. Now, I will have to go to the next slide, but it's not moving. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, so I promised to speak to what Article 6 of the Paris Agreement is about. And I think it would be good if we listen to this specific slide, because then it will also trigger our thinking towards what we can include in our NDC. Now, the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement speaks to carbon markets generally. And they are divided, this Article 6 or these carbon markets, into three. One of them is what we call the cooperative approaches, which is under Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement. Now, this specifically, now that the Paris Agreement gave birth to NDCs, it says, how do we implement our NDCs? We need to come up with a mechanism on how countries can work together to see that they implement their respective NDC. And that's where we see Article 6.2 coming into play, where countries are supposed to come up with what is called a bilateral cooperation agreement to implement carbon markets. A government like Uganda and Switzerland can have a bilateral cooperation agreement, cooperate to have projects implemented in Uganda, and the resultant emission reductions, or what you now understand as carbon credits, are taken back to Switzerland for them to use to offset their emissions and to meet their NDC. And that is where we see a challenge, because even as we have our NDC. So that is where the issues relating to the policy is very critical, because then that will guide you on how best to work on that. Then we see also what is called the Article 6.4, which is now a mechanism that is called the Paris Agreement Crediting Mechanism, that has come to replace what we knew as Clean Development Mechanism. And this mechanism is centralized and it is managed by the UNFCCC Secretariat. We also see what is called the non-market approach, which is Article 6.8. As you hear it, non-market. This is where countries can cooperate, work together to implement their NDC without trading on carbon credits. Come in, build our capacity, bring technology, bring all the means of implementation for us to implement our NDC, but there will be no transfer or there will be no exchange of carbon credits. It just supports to help us implement our NDC. Yeah, I think basically I don't want to go into those down ones. That is basic information on Paris Agreement Article 6. Now I want to understand how carbon markets really work. The systems are complicated, but it's workable. It has been, people have earned money, people have implemented projects. Some communities have also benefited, so we want to understand how do they really work. like I had highlighted before, you will need a mitigation activity. For example, it can be that Masaka has landfills. No. But you've heard of Chitesi in Kampala and the damage that it caused. Yeah. So it can be a mitigation activity like you want to manage Chitesi landfill. This landfill, everyone is pouring Kasesiro there, but it's not managed well. We know that when you pile garbage, they do what? What do they do when garbage is piled? They decompose. And in that process, they generate gases, and more especially the methane, which is very dangerous to humanity, but also the atmosphere. And that is one of the greenhouse gas, or one of the greenhouse gases that we're referring to. Like we get an investor who says, I want to bring in a technology that will help us to capture that methane from that landfill, and we will use that maybe to generate energy, because it can generate energy in terms of lighting the communities around. Also, it can be energy which is enough to be also sent to the grid and can be used by Ugandans. That's the mitigation activity. So you have a mitigation activity on that first box. And number two, you have it, you've implemented it, but it has to be quantified and it has to be verified using the methodologies and verification. That indeed this technology brought in has been able to reduce this methane that would have been released to the atmosphere, but now it's converted into energy and there is no methane that has been released, or there is some little. And so we have sequestered, or we have been able to reduce this amount of methane. And that reduction is a carbon credit when verified, if we remember well. So number three, when that is done, when verification has been done, then the standard that certifies issues you with that certificate saying that you have the credits that you can now sell. Then you walk to the buyer where you will sell your carbon credits. The buyer can be anyone. It can be maybe it can be a corporate institution. It can be a country that is using, that wants to buy those credits to meet their NDC, or for maybe, corporate social purposes or responsibilities. So we see that carbon markets, we see the revenue flows back to the fund mitigation. So when you have sold it, you want to bring back some of that money to plow it back into the project, for the project to continue. And that's why you see that arrow going back to the mitigation activity. If we go to the next slide, I have been talking about the certification bodies, or the certification standards that certify that you have actually reduced your emissions by a specific tonnage. We have a number of them. We have common credit programs like the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism. That's the Article 6.4 I spoke to. We have the VERA. We have gold standards. We also have other programs that exist. Every day, there are different standards that are coming up. We have those already existing, but we have also those that are coming up every other time. And they come to us. We have this new standard. We want it to be part of the law. So these standards or programs, they issue credits. You can see that middle box. We will call it a box. They issue credits after all those processes have been done and verified. And when they issue those credits are used for different purposes. One of them, we see that it can be used for domestic compliance. Uganda, we can do that, and we say we're going to use it to offset our NDC. That is domestic compliance. Or it can be used for voluntary use, maybe Coca-Cola. I don't know a company that is here, but all of us know Coca-Cola company. Maybe wants to buy credits and use it to offset its carbon footprint for corporate social image, right? Or it can be that they can be used for Article 6 purposes, where a country buys, like I said, you can have bilateral cooperation agreements with other countries like Switzerland or Sweden or whatever. And they want to use those credits to offset their emissions and account that under their NDC targets or obligations. Or it can also be used for results-based financing. Okay, so those are the credits, the programs, and what credits can be used for. So now, why are carbon credits really and carbon markets important? In our NDC updates, first and update, we committed that we will use carbon markets as one of our financing tools or instruments that will try to explore carbon markets to help us implement our NDC, just as one of those financing tools, because we know we have different sources of finances, but that was one of the tools that we proposed in our NDC. And it's going to be the same thing as well with the NDC submission number 3 that we are here to consult on. So we see that it helps us to mobilize the finance. For example, if you look at the GTS technology I was telling you about, and someone brings in that technology, you have taken advantage of the NDC to mobilize climate finance through carbon markets. So it will help us to mobilize finance for the NDC. And so we use carbon markets to attract private and international finance towards Uganda's climate priorities or implementation of our priorities. We also see that we have societal benefits that society can actually ride on when a project is implemented. For example, if we still use that GTS, the communities around will be able to realize, for example, if that is put in place, we're able to realize a clean environment, pollution-free environment, and also those that will be working in there will realize that some of them have jobs, what we would call green jobs. And also maybe energy or the lighting. So those are the benefits that the society can obtain from carbon projects. So basically encourages investments and sustainable development. So we see financial incentives to invest in sustainable technologies. That is the major reason why carbon markets as well have been introduced to help us access technologies, for example, that we would not be able to access, but will come in through carbon projects. Now, this diagram is not fancy. It looks complicated, right? Or it's understandable to you? Not at all. I'll just try to give you a brief just to understand how complicated carbon markets can actually be like. So that when someone is implementing a project, you should be able to understand what they're going through as well. And what the roles and who does what. Yeah, that's what this diagram is trying to portray. Now, I don't have a pointer. Yeah, I don't have a pointer, but I'll just use the colors. So this is color what? Is this maroon, red? Co-facilitator, you have this color, I think. This color is what? Red. Let's call it red. And this is blue, gray, orange, and green. Now, we will start with the red one. If we have agreed it's red. So we see that in red, you will just follow where red is. You see that in red, wine red. Those are ladies. Ladies are very critical. And they like wine, red wine. I hope we shall be able to have cocktail, Mr. Commissioner, where we'll have red wine. Okay, UNDP. Madam, you're here. Okay, so we see the red wine. Not red wine, the red, wine red. Okay, so we see as number 1, it's the wine red, where we have project developer, carbon project developer. And then we see that the carbon project developer will have some kind of interaction with the investor, maybe the one going to finance it, and also the local community, maybe where the project is going to be implemented. We see that these start to engage. They start to engage with each other. Now, when they start to engage, they want to come up with a concept of how the project would actually look like. And so, based on the climate change regulations, climate change mechanisms regulations, or the carbon regulations, which I will speak to later, they are supposed to request the ministry, as you see the logo of government, they're supposed to request the minister that, look, we're here, we want to start a project and we need your blessings, which we'll call the no objection, for them to go ahead. So when they get that no objection letter here, they will now start with what is called feasibility studies. In that no objection letter, we highlight so many things that the project developer is supposed to undertake before you go to step number 2. One of the things is that we expect the project developer, with whoever they are partnering with, to come up with the feasibility studies. And this is expected to be done, of course, in consultation with all stakeholders that are relevant to the project. The other thing is that we expect them as well to develop a project design document, comprehensive project design document that reflects, for example, the benefit sharing arrangements between the project and the beneficiaries. That also is able to tell us how much emissions they are going to reduce and how they're going to do that. Also, we expect that when this letter of no objection is given to the project developer, they should be able to meet or get recommendation letters from what we call the lead agencies, where local government is also part. Supposed to give a blessing that, look, this project is actually in line with our priorities, and this technology is accepted to us. And that is where the recommendation letter comes in from the lead agency. So this first step, and they're given the no objection, we see step number 2 as project design, as blue, right? The blue one, project activity design document. That is where we see step number 2, where we have the project design. Now the project is taking into shape. You design the project and come up with a project activity design document that should be able to reflect or indicate the benefit sharing agreement between the project developer and the beneficiaries. Those are the communities or stakeholders that are around the project. We see that that is where also operational contracts come into play, maybe with local suppliers. If you want, for example, seedlings, tree seedlings or anything, that's where we see the interaction now between the project developer and the other stakeholders also coming into play, where they agree, can come up with agreements and all that on how they want to do that. Now, this project design document is supposed to be validated by the independent verifiers. When that is done, they need to seek for approval from the minister in charge of climate change. And that is in the Ministry of Water and Environment. So that is where we see approves activity by the government, as you can see the logo. The government then approves the activity for it to go to implementation. Only after they have met all the requirements that were highlighted in the letter of no objection. So we see that step number 3, we see implementation of the project. And the next step, when the project is implemented, we see verification as number 4 to verify. So the members, I know you traveled, but please let's wake up and we get to understand what these things are. Maybe we'll have an energizer from Scovia later. So we see verification as number 4, just to verify that actually the project has reduced the emissions and has generated this amount of credits. And then this is done by bodies or the standards I was telling you about. We see the standards in orange, where we have Vera, Plan Vivo. Some of you have project with Plan Vivo. We have the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism and so many others that is under the UNFCCC. We see them now certifying, but also issuing the carbon credits. That's where we see the last orange. They issue the credits, and then in the green, we see the transfer of carbon credits. So if you have that agreement with another country, for example, you want to sell to another country, we see the transfer of the credits. And then lastly, we see trade and payments. So it's that complicated, but it's doable. That's why people have been doing it from 2007. All right, so let me take you to understanding the leakages between carbon markets and our NDC, because I think this is very important now to us. Why are we even talking about carbon markets? We've understood what carbon markets can bring to us, what can support us, what it can do to support us to implement our NDC. But let's look at it briefly. So we see that Uganda's total GHG emissions have been increasing over time. Actually, they tripled from 33.3 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in 1995 and we see increasing to 90.1 in 2015, but more so 107.5 in 2020. Some people ask us, but why carbon dioxide equivalent? What's the meaning of that? It's just a metric. It's just a matrix that the countries, when they were negotiating carbon markets, they agreed that whatever gas it is, methane, nitrous oxide, whatever, they will use that matrix of carbon dioxide. So they will equate it to carbon dioxide. That's why you see carbon dioxide equivalent. So we see that our emissions are gradually increasing, and that's why NDC will help us to do something about it, to see that we reduce our emissions. So our projections also in terms of emissions indicate that by 2030, we'll have about 148.8 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So that is an increment. But most of these emissions, we see where they're coming from. We focus on a couple of sectors for now. You will see that we don't have oil and gas in our NDC at the moment. But that is also one other source. But at the moment, we're focusing on sectors like Afolu. Afolu is agriculture, forestry, and other land uses. Other land uses is where wetlands, for example, could fall in. And so we see that most of our emissions are coming from that sector of Afolu. We see that secondly, energy is also contributing by 6.4. Then we have transport, waste, and what is that last one? We have, there must be waste. Okay, industry. IPPU is industrial product and product, industrial process and product use. That is IPPU. So that is activities in the industry sector. So we see that to be also contributing, much as it's at lower end, but it's also one of those contributors. But Afolu is our major contributor or our major source of greenhouse gases. And we said that Uganda committed to reducing greenhouse gases by 24.7% by the year 2030 through our NDC. And out of this 24.7, we had broken it into two. We had what is called unconditional target, and then we have what is called the conditional target. The 5.8 is unconditional, meaning that government, through its domestic resources, can implement these mitigation measures or activities that will reduce emissions by 5.9 using domestic resources. But the additional 18.8% is conditional, meaning that we can implement and achieve 18.8% only if we access international financing. And one of the sources is the carbon markets, or one of the tools that we could use to mobilize that could be through carbon markets. And the NDC projections estimated that we need about $28.1 billion to implement it. That's not small money. And that's why we're looking at domestic and international financing and also other kinds of financing. So the NDC 3.0 submission will set measure-based targets, which we will see. Tapelo will make a presentation. We'll be able to set measure-based targets. We'll be able to identify where carbon markets can play a role, but also prospective projects must be aligned with and reported against NDC 3. Now, what qualifies a project to be a carbon project? Someone tells us, I have planted 5 acres of land, of trees, and I want to benefit from carbon credits. Now, there are many challenges in that. First of all, according to the guidelines, the international guidance, which countries, including Uganda, negotiated on, there's a criteria that must be followed. One of them is what is called additionality. Now, this is technical, but simply what it means is that you need to prove that the initiative or the activity, the project you're going to implement would not have happened if the carbon credit financing will not come into play. Meaning that you have to prove this from the start. Before you start your project, you need to prove that we have a lot of taxes, for example, that I will need to pay. I have a lot of costs that will be involved for me to implement this project. But if I get the carbon financing to make my project viable, if I get the carbon credit funds, my project will be viable financially. But without it, it won't work. So you need to prove that from the start. Number 2 is what we call permanence. Now, permanence means that if trees, for example, that you've planted have captured and sequestered carbon, it should be able to sequester and store it for as long as it can stay in the trees and not to cut it down in the near future. So we have also what is called leakage. Leakage simply means that you don't need to say, we are having a carbon project in Masaka where we have done a forestation project, and then in Liantonde, right, the next district, we have shifted deforestation that would have happened in Masaka to our nearby district. Now you need to prove that you're not doing such a thing, because we are here to do justice to ourselves. Make sure that we save trees here, but also save trees in the neighborhood and in the country at large. And there are methodologies that need to be used to prove that. So those are the complexities of proving yourself or proving a project to be a carbon project. And the other thing is that you should have credible baselines. If you have already planted your trees, they have grown, you want to sell, or they have grown, we don't know, you're not able to prove to anybody that before I planted my trees, actually, there was nothing in this place. It was bare. Now you didn't do that. And that's why these principles try to inform whoever wants to think of a carbon project that you need to factor in all these factors from the very beginning. As you're thinking about your project, factor in these criteria or these principles so that you're able to call your project a carbon project and qualifies to generate carbon credits. And that's what it means. So you can see this diagram. We have bare land somewhere here. And then you see here, it's clear that the baseline is clear, right? That's a scenario where it's bare land. And then when you see here, we see green. It's very clear that you have planted something and this is your project. And so when that is verified, you're able to get the carbon credits. So the baseline should be very clear. Okay, so briefly about our experience. Like I said, carbon markets have been here from 2007. didn't have the law and the regulations, somehow people were doing their own things, maybe also meeting local governments, since most of the projects are implemented in local governments. But we have experience. We've seen that we've seen about so many credits or carbon credits that have been issued from the Clean Development Mechanism and the voluntary carbon market projects. About 34 million credits have been issued to different people who have implemented those projects. So we see about 14 million as well, tons of carbon dioxide equivalent reduction through, yeah, so basically what this is trying to tell us is that we have experience. We have seen the reductions in emissions. We have seen credits being issued to the project developers, and they have been able to benefit from that. And some of the projects like the clean development mechanisms that we're able to monitor, we could tell that the communities around as well were benefiting from that one way or the other. And so more than 100 registered voluntary carbon market activities. This is before the Paris Agreement. And then we see also across 3 major standards: gold standard, majorly voluntary carbon standard, and then we see Plan Vivo. So this is just trying to tell us that we have some experience. Now let's look at what the national policy framework for carbon markets or carbon credits in the country is like. First of all, let me start from the second one. That was a mistake. We see the National Climate Change Act of 2021. Now the Act of 2021 provides for Uganda's participation in carbon markets, either in voluntary carbon markets, compliance markets, the Article 6 markets, or any other that the minister may prescribe. So that is the foundation, policy foundation for this country's participation in carbon markets. And out of that, the minister was supposed to come up with regulations on carbon markets. And we see in 2025, we developed and launched what we call the climate change mechanisms regulations. Those are carbon markets regulations for the country that we launched in 2025. And these regulations established the approval, the authorization framework, anything to do with the carbon markets is in the regulations of 2025. Now, we see when you have the climate change policy, I should have started with that. The climate change policy of 2015 provides also a policy foundation for national climate change response. And now, out of all this, we see a strategy called NDC coming into play, the first box, where we see the NDC of 2022, that's the updated one. Next time we'll be having NDC 3 with the commitments that we have pledged to reduce. And then we see that when it comes to institutional arrangement, we see the Ministry of Water and Environment providing operational guidance for implementation of the regulations and supports the national project approval processes. All the approval processes of a carbon project must go through the Ministry of Water and Environment, more especially to the minister in charge of climate change, who is the Minister of Water and Environment. And we see that the Department of Climate Change and Carbon Trade is as good as a regulator, but also is what is called a designated entity for carbon markets. So we do a lot of work relating to carbon markets on behalf of the minister. We also see the lead agencies, and this is a technical support for project registration. So lead agencies is where local governments as well, including other government ministries and entities, where they fall into. So we call them lead agencies. When we share the regulations, you'll be able to understand the different definitions of what, for example, lead agency is. We'll do that later. We're not here to disseminate today the regulations, but that's something that is in the roadmap. So now, as I finalize, I want to take you briefly through what is in the regulations, the carbon market regulations. Briefly, we see that there are key elements in the regulations. One of them is that it prescribes for participation requirements for activity participants or project developers, what they are supposed to do, what they are not supposed to do, what are the penalties if they don't meet what, or they don't address what they're supposed to do. We see the measurement of greenhouse gas emissions by lead agency and also project developer. And this one, yeah, so we see measurement of emissions responsibility being given to the lead agency. That could be, for example, maybe Minister of Energy. They're coming up with their greenhouse gas inventory for the sector. And that is measurement of emissions based on the UNFCCC guidelines. And then the project developer has to also ascertain in the baseline what the emissions are, and what about after implementing the project, what are the emissions like? And that leads to what we call the carbon credits. Then we see also registration of verifiers. Verifiers are validators, auditors or certifiers that will certify that you've reduced your emissions. This, they're supposed to register with the Commissioner Climate Change Department, and it's meant to protect our people from being exploited, for example. And then we see that the regulations as well provide for approval of climate change mechanism projects. And it does this in two phases. One is that the first step, which I showed you in that diagram, they're supposed to request for participation in climate change mechanism, where the minister, if satisfied with the request, will be able to provide a letter of no objection for that project developer to go ahead with their project. And we see phase number 2 or step number 2 of approval as where the project developer requests for an approval letter. Now that is to implement the project. And that is after also fulfilling all those requirements that we would be highlighting in the letter of no objection. Then they are granted the letter of approval to go ahead with the implementation of their project. Then we have what is called transfer of certified emission reductions. If you want to transfer your credits, what we would call authorization, what are you supposed to do? Supposed to request the minister, you want to authorize, you want to transfer your credits, and the minister should authorize for you that transfer. And there are so many responsibilities that come along with that to the government. Then also it speaks about general, which is access to the register. A register, the appeals, changes to change mechanism project approval and all that. So the Ministry of Water, the Climate Change Department, is supposed to put in place a carbon registry for the country. That's what we're working on. And then also we see regulations having templates. For example, it has forms, fees, and schedules. If you want to apply for an objection, there's a form there. A letter for approval, there's a form there, or a template, and all that. So we see regulations having all those prescribing for all those elements. Now, as this is a final slide, and so what is the role of the district local governments in this? Ignore focal points or persons, that was an error. The role of local governments. There are two key roles that we see. The first one is that we see that the processing of letters of recommendation, which I said is one of the requirements before a carbon developer is provided with a letter of approval, the local governments, including other lead agencies, are supposed to provide for that recommendation letter. And this, we haven't put in place guidelines, for example, for lead agencies, what they need to look out for before they provide that letter. But it's something that we're working on. But what is very important is that you cannot only be able to give a letter which you do not understand what the project actually is about. Should be able to understand, for example, ask the project developer, we want to understand your technology. What are you going to do exactly? What is your technology like? Is it, for example, a friendly technology, or it's not, the communities? So you want to understand the details of that project before you provide a letter of recommendation to a project developer. We will be sharing with you the guidelines, maybe some, I don't know how to call them guidelines, but some pointers that you need to take the project through before you provide that letter of recommendation. And secondly, we know that the local governments as well, they have a mandate by the Environment Act to monitor environmental and social safeguards. And these projects are not different from the rest of the projects that you know. So this is still part of the responsibilities of local governments to ensure that as they do monitoring, they should be also able to monitor carbon projects and to ensure that they actually comply with the Environment Act and the social safeguards are in place for those projects, because they're just projects. Just the carbon aspect is part of the project, but it's a normal project. So monitoring and reporting on that is very critical. So, Madam Moderator, I'm sorry for taking so long, but I would like to thank the audience and I beg to end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Irene. Let's give another round of applause to Madam Irene and also to Madam Scovia for the earlier presentation. And for yourselves for having persevered this long. We're really sorry, kindly bear with us. Yes, resilience, that's it. We, for this point and purposes of managing the time, I would request that we go into the group photo now and then break off for tea, a working tea, and then take on the presentations from then, if that's fine. So I would need I've been advised that we can take our picture from here. I think the room is wide enough. We don't have to go down. So I'll need some chairs. About 4 chairs. And some help to adjust this, please. Thank you. To do that. So I'd like to invite the representative from UNDP to come and take a seat first. Yes. Please make your way to the front as I invite. Please make your way. Thank you very much. Our online participants, we've not forgotten about you. I wish I could hear a hi, that you're still there. Yes. Cow.
Yeah, we are very there. We are still there.
Thank you.
This is
we are
Moroto.
Climate change, please.
Yes, we're still here.
NPA, yes.
Persevering. You pay a photographer to photograph us for me also.
You're really seeing what's going on.
Yes.
We are just waiting for our chief guest. I think he moved out a bit.
They can use AI to add him.
Hello. Where is so great and say they need to hear from us. Okay, you pass it. No, it's okay. You can put my
I still see some of our participants. Please, we would like everybody to be part of this picture. Please join. We can all fit. There's enough space. So what's the word? We have to be cheerful. What's the word? Resilience. We are. Okay, 3, 2, 1. One more time with energy. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. So please let us let's just grab a cup of tea, grab a bite, and then we go on with our program.
Everything is
So to our online participants, we are breaking up for about 10 minutes. Grab a bite, grab a cup of coffee, and then we resume. Thank you.
Thank you. But I think they're not resumed because it will be displayed. That is the main screen. And this one? Put the first lead. Yeah, really. If I step on the main screen. That means we will have to be the handcuffs and convey as the devil by the minister. We need to be over this and of this. Otherwise, if we don't move as a team, this can be terrible. So I want to speak this reasonable, but but still, I want to speak this I want to need to proceed with. Moving forward, we need to work as a team. If there is any issue, we need to move together and put the issues ahead. We have to, the number of projects, even the big projects, this is financial year. Local projects, the projects, possibly the projects, what's the Dr. Dick was also saying, Dr. Dick may come out about the very part of the project. Most of the other coming, I don't know how the exam is going to be. Most of the other coming with the structure, with the infrastructure. So we have to have a number of big projects to handle. So look at the need to have to wait for our special evaluation policy. We need to look for that for this one for the papers. I want to believe that what we are doing now is to cover that. And the service providers we are going to give this work to not those that have been given.
We do. It's me. When they are doing one. When they're still you bring them in the not exactly. Me the people to come here. We can't. But the concept one market, I remember as we entered the if you said you 115. Times the house one. If you let me.
Obituusiza bali basasulira akasamba bibiri ku Airtel. Kakati njagala seeka oggyeyo. Njagala osooke olaba akadagala k'oleese. Njagala okatamu.
At what time is this meeting beginning?
They were called NDCs. As in 1995, you can see, they were called the nationally determined programs, and were only for developing countries. But by 2015, the language had changed, and now they are what we call the NDCs. But in between 1995 and 2007, there was the nomenclature of the need to come to a long-term global goal for emission reductions. And then in 2009, there are two figures which came into play. That is the 2 degrees. If you see the fourth column, actually the 3rd column, 2 degrees and 1.5 degrees. Now, you were told what NDCs are. And just to remind ourselves, NDCs matter. They matter simply because they link the goals of the Paris Agreement. You were told by Commissioner, Paris Agreement is a treaty. Uganda ratified this treaty. And according to the principles of state objectives in the Constitution, Uganda is always obliged to respect international treaties. So, in doing so, we ratified the Paris Agreement. It was a very good agreement. Unfortunately, one of the people we negotiated with passed. That was Dr. Kisamba Mugerwa. May his soul rest in peace. And now the current minister, is it Minister of Internal Affairs, Kamuntu? Kamuntu was our minister when we negotiated the Paris Agreement. 3 things to note here: mitigation, and just if today you don't recall the word mitigation, you just tell anyone, you keep your temperature between 2 degrees and 1.5. That is mitigation. Then if you talk of adaptation, I heard my colleague Nachojo saying people are only talking of resilience. Yes, we want to increase the ability to adapt and foster climate resilience, where you don't go back into those problems. Then the key, just the financial flows for low greenhouse gas emission and the climate resilient development. And this is, like we have been told, there is now a decision. They must be prepared every 5 years. In 2015, everyone used to decide how he wants until the UN said, no, please make sure every after 5 years, whether you update, whether you revise, whether you communicate anew, but communicate. That's why you see when the commissioner in the morning was saying, he told you, we are still in the first NDC. And the first NDC is what we submitted in 2016. And then we revised it in 2022, actually in 2021, 2022. So those are the 5 years which we seem to talk about. Today, all of you are here. It's good we have representatives from local governments. But the question is, why are these plans important? We have heard from the cow that really production and the natural resources are one of the least funded sectors. How do we leverage ourselves with such plans? Globally, NDCs help us to maximize these agendas, the Sustainable Development Goals, the one on disaster risk framework, the one. Colleagues, you don't hear me? Sorry. Also, they catalyze smart investments and financial flows. They also spur economic growth. You heard from Sarah. UNDP also works to ensure we fight poverty. NDCs are one of the channels of fighting poverty. Multi-stakeholder. Is this one better now? Those mics also remind you, COP. Unleash new markets. You have heard from the colleague Irene when she was taking you through carbon markets. Why I'm here? It is the science. Now, historically, all of us have been developing. Many of you, the history you remember in Uganda is of 1900, when Uganda signed the agreement on behalf of Uganda. But emissions were already
in action. So what you see as the dark spot is the historical information. Where is the IT? IT is against me. IT, you want me to be fired? I'm on the slide why I'm employed. Because if I don't make my bosses understand why it is necessary, I lose a job. And the jobs in Uganda are very scarce nowadays. So I was saying, emissions have been growing historically, and the latest measurements, as you see in that slide, were running up to 2019. If you recall, the NDC synthesis report and the global stocktake took emissions up to 2019, meaning that that was the area which was measured as far as the historic emissions are concerned. Now, from that area and beyond, it has come clear that emissions will continue to rise. So you can see. And that is what we are calling the business as usual. Business as usual does not mean nothing is happening. It means you are following your current development trajectories like NDP4, 10 followed growth, district development plans, and so forth and so on. But we have seen the science has told us that if we can stay within these two regions, between 2 degrees and 1.5, we will live in a way where a cow will not lose more of his produce. We will be in a better way where we don't lose livestock because of droughts. But as you know, we are in a globalized world. Reaching 2 degrees will require you to do some things. And reaching 1.5, this is the area we are talking about. So all this area is the area which is lower than the 2 degrees. Then from here up to here, this is the lower area, which is the 1.5 degrees. But scientifically, after the IPCC did their math, they came to conclude that the countries of the world have to reduce carbon dioxide emissions by 45% in 2030 to be in this world, okay? To be within this region. And then they went further and said, if you fail to do that, you can reduce by 25% carbon dioxide emissions to be within this world of 2 degrees. The question is, why are they talking about carbon dioxide? Carbon dioxide is one of the most occurring greenhouse gases. It is the most common one, much as it is the least potent. But because it has the large volume compared to all others. So the science was, if we can reduce more of the carbon dioxide gas within the right scope of time, we can attain those two worlds. So for us to go in this futuristic world, I call it a future because scientifically we might not reach the 1.5 because it is difficult to reduce 45% in 2030 now, okay? But if we can work so much, we can be around the 2 degree world. But you see, in the 2 degree world, we need to reduce more than the 25%. What does that imply? The implication is, in science, there is what we call a safe zone. The way when you go in this, in all these hotels, in case of a fire, there is always an area we designate for people to converge. So there is a safe zone as far as climate is concerned, which safe zone is translated into what we call a carbon budget. So a carbon budget is that available space which all of you member states can still use to remain within a safe working environment. So science of IPCC tells us that the carbon budget we have is of two types. We have a carbon budget of 500 gigatons of carbon dioxide, and we have a carbon budget of 1,150 gigatons of carbon dioxide. Just to take you back, for you to have the carbon budget of 500, that is when you are in the 1.5. For you to have the bigger carbon budget of 1,000, remember that is times this one. That is the 2-degree world. Meaning that if in the next coming years, countries will be able to contain their emissions plus or minus, when you sum the 198 member states, and they can be within 500 or less. But is that possible? We have seen that there are always likelihoods. And that is why we bring in the issue of these plans. So these plans are the ones which each member state, each country will bring on table and says, for me to show you that I'm contributing a fair share of that carbon budget, here is my ambition. I'm willing in the next 5-10 years to cut my emissions by this much. So if I cut my emissions by this much, I share within that gap. What is a good NDC? A good NDC has futures. Since now we are in the third cycle, like a commissioner said, remember the first cycle was when we joined the Paris Agreement. Some of you, like Mr. Kagwa and others who were with us in Paris, you recall that the Paris Agreement was adopted in a very surprising way. We thought it would take us another 4 years, but surprisingly, governments, when they came to Morocco the following year, they just adopted the Paris Agreement. And one of the challenges we met, the Paris Agreement started to work before it was ready. And that's why you see so many things are fixed so fast. So countries had already communicated INDCs. They had already communicated initial plans showing how they intend to cut emissions. No sooner they were asked, can you turn these pledges into now nationally determined contributions? And that is why you see Uganda, when it had communicated its INDC, when it was joining the Paris Agreement the next year, it said, I don't have time. Let me just do what? Let me just take my INDC as the NDC. So that became the first communication under the Paris Agreement in 2016. Now, the rule came that the NDCs had to be revised or strengthened after 5 years. And that is why between 2020 and 2021, you remember that's when we had this killer disease of COVID-19, but Uganda managed to revise its first NDC. And now, like the commissioner said, we made the second what? Submission. So that was NDC 2, okay? Now we are working on the third what? On the third submission. Now that is where the nitty-gritty is coming. So what is a good NDC? We are saying it must have targets. And now for this third one, it must set 2035 targets and should revise the 2030 targets. The reason why you see those words are in black, align with net zero and 1.5 goals because of national circumstances. Not every country must align with net zero. It must be ambitious. We must have ambitious sectoral targets. I always joke with the colleagues in the Ministry of Energy. Our energy generation potentials in the 10 growth development strategy. I think since you are here, it is going to be good to have a discussion. If the current generation capacity of Uganda is at around 2,000 megawatts, we really need to invest a lot, 72,000 megawatts by 2040. Actually, me, I just put my hat off for Ministry of Energy. If you can deliver us to 72,000 megawatts, we will be like a Scud missile. And that is the ambition we are talking about here. Build resilience across all systems. Institutions, you heard the cow talking about coordination. Coordination has remained a problem. But how do we leverage NDCs to improve coordination? Some time back, we mapped committees that operate in local governments. The last counting, they were around 22. Those that are pronounced in legislations and those that are under the Local Government Act. Now you wonder, my brother from Kasese, you have to chair, you have to be the secretary of Disaster Risk, Environment, Natural Resource Committee, a District Technical Planning Committee. By the time the day goes, really you have spent it in those meetings. To also ensure that people-centered, NDCs have people. One thing we forget that all these plans we are making, they are for us. We are planning for people. We are not planning for animals. Okay? Elements of a good NDC. This one, our consultant is Zutali. We are going to be tracking to see if you have respected it. Colleagues, don't stress your eyes. We are going to be looking at it in detail when the other consultant from Zutali is taking us through the actual content of the NDCs. But just for your information, NDCs are supposed to be progressive. If last year you were at 2, this year you should be at least by 3 or 4. You should not be working backwards. And then NDCs are supposed to have indicators which are clear for tracking progress and achievement. As you know, we are supposed to report on how we have achieved our NDCs, and we prepare 2 reports every year, which will be called biannual transparency reports. You will be informed of that process on another time. NDCs, this time around, we want to be clear. Whatever mitigation policy and measure, we need to be explicit in explaining the assumptions behind it and how the mitigation potentials were reached. One of the good countries have really enjoyed their NDC is Thailand. Thailand has been clear on interventions it is doing on emission reduction. Simple intervention. One of their good intervention, they have introduced hydrogen buses. So for them, they are switching all of these so-called hydro buses into hydrogen fueled buses. And they did their standard mitigation potentials of the buses, and they have communicated their mitigation potential. Simple work, okay? So we also need to be clear here. If we are saying we want to switch a government fleet by 2030, what is government fleet in terms of vehicles? And if we switch the fuel to turn it from hydrocarbon to maybe e-mobility, what will be that thing we forego? That is part 5 we are trying to talk about. And then we are saying we need to see the net emissions without rule CF, and then the gross emissions with the land use change, and forestry. That one, we already said it. And then as I conclude, this is the roadmap. We have started very far. We took stock take. We have conducted very rigorous assessments. Yes. Okay. I will brief you on stocktake in the last slide. We have even done prioritization and linkages where we are looking at existing programs and strategies. For example, we have told you we have looked at NDP4, 10-fold, NBSAP 3, the Sendai indicators, the social protection policies, and so forth and so on. Now you are in the drafting session, and we know that by September we would. This is my last slide where I will take some time off to talk about that. So what how should an NDC look like in reality? And especially when it's a successive NDC, it's an NDC after a previous NDC. First, it should be visionary. And what determines the vision of your NDC? Your national circumstances. Countries are different. Okay? Uganda, you know we have peculiar circumstances. Uganda is the only country which the British left you one type of land management, Mairo. You'll never find it anywhere in the world. It is only in Uganda. And that is peculiar. So we have clear national circumstances. And then we have, you elaborate your NDC planning and development process. We have our institutional structures, these consultations we have had. So for the colleague who was asking the progress made since the first NDC, yes, we did a stock take. It was done by Africa Development Bank, and the stock take gave us some key insights for your information. We did not implement so big, just like NDP3. NDP3 was implemented, Mr. Kagwa, is it 24%? NDP3 was implemented 24%. But for NDC2, we have implemented around 30 to 70, 30 to 40. So we are slightly above NDP3. So you can compare. Now, the good news, out of the budget of 28.1 billion, which we costed, we can comfortably tell you we mobilized around 3.1 billion. At least we deserve a clap. 3.1 billion. But as you clap, half of it is loans. And the largest financial was the World Bank. You need to clap for the World Bank. The World Bank has given us much of the climate money, but to be honest, it is line of credit. But we are progressing. So, Madam Nyachwejwe, you will get a section which summarizes. When it came to the mitigation work, we didn't do very well because of a number of capacity issues, tools, and so forth and so on, and also having, we did not have a target which was to give us a clear baseline. However, now with this NDC3, much of that has been addressed, and as you will see from the presentations to come from Zutali, you are going to see there are some improvements. Responses. Scovia talked about adaptation, and Irene elaborated on mitigation. What I also want to remind people, all participants in this room, when climate occurs, the first response we do is mitigation. We reduce. Because what causes climate? It is the gases, isn't it? When the gases accumulate. So the first response is reduce the what? Or avoid them. When that fails, you do what? You cope. Embeera mbi. When coping refuses, you adapt. You get used. Olya kimu. When also that refuses, you go into what we call what? Beyond the limits of adaptation. Now, that is an area where Uganda has been, appreciated. When adaptation and mitigation have failed, you only redress loss and what? And damage. So this time round, we are seeing that the NDC is going to have clear component of what do we do when even adaptation and mitigation has what? Has refused. How do we address loss and damage? You have seen, I think all of you, we used the same road. You saw the bridge, it was washed. You have seen how much time we waste to wait. And just look at how much money we are using to repair that bridge. So that was loss and what? And damage. A flood came, it washed away our bridge. Okay? But had we planned very well, we would have constructed a road which is raised a bit what? Higher. So that is the beauty of climate. Also under mitigation. When you have failed to mitigate the greenhouse gases, the known ones. But also we have these tiny ones, not so common, not so occurring, they don't stay too much in the atmosphere, but they are problematic, which are called the short-lived climate pollutants. Our mothers who usually go and you use a 4-stone, a 3-stone, anyone who has grown in a village where you don't have a very dark saucepan, you put up your hand. Now, that darkness you see on your saucepan, the science behind it is what we call the short-lived climate pollutant. So we are also going to be looking at it. Then means. As you know, it is good to plan. It is good to plan. And Uganda, we plan. I was joking with my boss in NPA that we have not seen a 10-year development program yet. The Planning Act requires so. I don't know who will sue NPA for me. But we are really talking about finance needs, technology transfer, capacity building, and we have our colleague from Appropriate Technology Center. Then NDCs must be measured, reporting, and we have a full section called where information to facilitate clarity, transparency, and understanding is featuring. Now, in that section, it displays what Irene was talking about. How do we use the voluntary cooperation under Article 6. We want you to tell us what would be those interventions we would be putting to participate in the voluntary cooperation. We are also supposed to talk about how the outcome of the global stocktake, which was done globally, has informed our NDC, especially on the adaptation and the mitigation. You can see for some countries, I told you, 2 countries which have impressed me, their NDCs, Thailand and the neighbor here, Kenya. Kenya has also doubled its energy generation potential. I think for Uganda, we are lucky that already in NDP4, our generation potential is 7-fold. So we have even gone beyond the lessons of the global stocktake. So at least there are some good signs which shows we are really ambitious. We need to demonstrate how fairness we have, equity, and how we have applied science. So colleagues, I want to thank you for your attention. Don't ask me 2 questions. The consultant is coming. Okay? Over to you, Madam Moderator.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Wachika, because this is a very important topic. We'll just take 2 questions. For now, we're still together, so you will still be interacting with Scovia, with Irene, Mr. Wachika. So 1 hand, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Engineer Albert, Assistant Commissioner, Ministry of Water and Environment. I had the opportunity to peruse through the draft NDC 3, and I looked at the targets, but I'm trying to find out the correlation between these targets and the NDP 4. I'm happy Mr. Kagoye is around. If you look at our sector and you look at what we intend to achieve, they are not aligned with this ND3. The disparities are glaring. So I just want to understand the wisdom of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Another hand. Looks like we are just having one. Any question online? Sorry?
Yes, I had not so much a question, but a comment and a redirect with regards to what makes a good NDC. So may I proceed or I wait for others?
Please proceed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh, okay. I
can
wasn't
hear
sure
you,
if you could
yes.
hear me. So, sorry, my name is Trudy Mwanga. I'm an advocate. I'm co-founder and director of the Green Building Council, the Uganda chapter of the World Green Building Council. And we're focused on ensuring and working with various stakeholders to advance climate resilient and climate sensitive construction in buildings and infrastructure. My one point I'd like to make, and this is really very much as a precursor to whatever discussions are coming, is that I've had a chance to go through the updated NDC 3.0 or the draft NDC, and also had a chance to have an overview from the 2.1 to 2.0 that preceded it. And my point would be to say that as we discuss what makes a good NDC, I think the draft itself identifies implementation as an area of weakness. And that tells us that ambition alone isn't enough. Commitments and sufficient specificity in the measures and targets to guide implementation and allow progress to be monitored is important. The Green Cities target that was set in 2.0 is one that comes to mind. I know it's been said that strategic flexibility is important, and I accept that is true. Also accept that an NDC does not need to be a regulatory document or instrument, but would say that strategic flexibility should not lend to or in any way become strategic vagueness. Both in terms of the measures that are being put down and also in terms of the relationship of those measures with other instruments. I think the previous question about the relationship of NDC 3 and NDP 4 is apt and needs to be taken into consideration. I think this is important for the built environment where the international environment itself and the process has increasingly recognized the need for a more differentiated sexual process and sexual lens, I would say. Uganda has already thankfully moved from buildings in NDC 2.0 towards buildings, settlements, and infrastructure in NDC 3.0. I think the next step will be to ensure that recognition is accompanied by sufficiently clear strategic direction and measures to anchor implementation. And also that measures that are aligned with, or somehow speak to the other instruments which have been put out in our governance sphere. That is my comment and my submission. I yield.
Thank you so much. Do we have one more burning hand from Simon? Simon, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Irene, and for the good presentations that we have been listening to. I'm called Simon Weredong. I work as the national facilitator for the NVSAP Accelerator Partnership in Uganda. So two quick comments, one comment and one question. When we look at what we call the UN Rio Conventions, or the NDC, the UNFCCC, Biodiversity Convention, and the climate and the desertification conventions. At the international level, they are beginning to work together such that they can leverage their actions toward, because what they are working on, most of them are related to each other: forest, wetlands, lands, and things like that. So I am asking a question: what are we doing in Uganda as a government, especially to see to it that the national level institutions are working together and not in silos, such that we can leverage efforts from different institutions and the resources that we deploy are not scattered, and we have high level action at and specifically I'm speaking about NDCs, I'm talking about NBSAP and even the desertification side of the work. Second, to my input is, when we look at all these actions of NDCs, most of the work are taking place in districts, and that's where the actions are centered. But you will also agree with me that that is the areas where we have a lot of shortages in terms of capacities to implement, capacities to monitor, and even report. So I'm not pointing this as a blame game, but asking what specific actions are we going to put in NDC3 that ensures that capacities, especially in the district local governments, is enhanced for effective implementation, monitoring, and reporting. Because a lot is happening, but because of low capacities, maybe we are even under-reporting as a country. Thank you. I expect to submit. Over.
Thank you so much. There's another hand at the front. Let me take one from Mr. Kagwa here then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bachika. You compared the NDP3 performance to the NDC, and you posted that NDC did better. In terms of when we did a midterm review of NDP3, we had achieved 17% of our targets, right? Now at the end, we also did the final evaluation with the results. And we had achieved 60% of the results versus 80% that we set out. In terms of indicators, we had achieved 14%. You note that COVID-19 made us lose 2 years of activity and made a reallocation of the budget to health and security, leaving many activities not done. Of course, COVID-19 was good for climate change because nothing was going on. There was no pollution. So that comparison may not really. Thank you.
Thank you. We've been asked to stand up, please. We can't see you and would like to see you as you take your questions. There's a question at the back, and then the last one. We have to move on to our next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm called Margaret Harikundera, District Natural Resources Officer, Chegegwa. And I also had an opportunity to graduate from Integrated Water Resources Management. When I look at NDC, I see that what is lacking, especially in sector integration, is governance. Governance is the gap that we are challenged with in Uganda, because as climate changes, because I see, yes, it will continue changing, we only need to transform practices, behaviors, and habits for people to be able to cope and adapt. But eventually we find that our governance structures are very weak. In my belief is that if we strengthened governance, for example, at the district level, we have structures which are non-functional. If those structures were strengthened to manage and coordinate climate action at specific local levels, I believe we would make a step. Then we would go down, yes, to the local environmental committees. And all these are defined in our policies, in our acts. To me, my call would be that we look and align at what is in the policy. For example, the national spells out clearly the district environment and natural resources committees. Please let us strengthen these committees, the local environmental committees, the resource management committees. Then we could always be able to support coordination on restoration activities, including woodlots, including wetlands, agroforestry activities. Then we would also look into supporting sector climate action plans, health, agriculture, and all other sectors. So to me, my call would be that as we think about this integration of sectors, we would line governance in NDC. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Robert, for your presentation. I'm called Samuka Mohammed, and I'm the District Natural Resources Office of Palliser District Local Government. I just want to make 3 issues here. I want to add my voice to the Assistant Commission. I read it through this NDC when you sent it to us. But I think it is very, very, very important that we start the harmonization if we are to achieve. Without harmonization, I see ourselves disintegrating and failing to meet our targets. Like I said, NDP4, do we see a relationship between NDC with the NDP4? But also, I'm sure of what is trading now in this country is the 10-fold strategy. How do you link this NDC, 20DP, 4, and then the 10-fold strategy. Because you will not, even if you plan the how, if this linkage is not clear, then you will get problems, mainly through funding of the interventions that we're talking about. And that one brings me to another point, the issue of policy harmonization. I've read many policies, more those that are close to protection of the environment, and I'm telling you, they are not harmonized. You find them contradicting each other. And that is where we have got problems at implementation level. You find the policies totally contradicting. Your colleague in production is talking of increased productivity, destruction of wetlands for rice production. Then for you are talking about restoration and also conserving the environment. What is that we are talking, which cannot be harmonized? And then lastly, I'm fed up, Robert, with this and the colleagues in this room. I'm fed up all the time. You call us in meetings for us from local government, and then you continue saying we are lacking capacity. Every time, you people in the local government, you are lacking capacity. Why do you call us here if we are lacking capacity? Yet these actions are supposed to be taken at the local level. Are you going to take them at Luzira? Are you going to take these actions we are talking about at Luzira offices? I don't think that is where you are going to implement these actions. If we are lacking capacity, one time my district chairperson
Thank you so much. Over to you, Robert.
I think I can't respond to all. I will invite Commissioner to respond. I will only limit myself to maybe the one of Assistant Commissioner Albert Jabo. And yeah, I think two, three. Just to say, yes, it's why we are here. The reason why we made sure we come with all of you in a place where we can focus is to ensure that indicators, targets, and interventions synchronize. And for me, I look to you to ensure that today and tomorrow, if you see that an intervention in WASH is outside your NAP WASH, is outside your PIAP, then you need to ensure that it's well aligned and is well fitted. To my brother Simon, NB Sub Accelerator, the Rio Convention focal points recently met to share money for GF9. So they are meeting. And lastly, to Mr. Kagwa, I think, yes, we take note of the excesses we got due to COVID-19, but also the reality is funding plans remains a challenge. And we really need to see how to fix this gap. We are good at coming with costed plans. And when you do evaluations of these plans, you'll see that even less than a quarter of that budget was realized. So I think moving forward for NDC 3.0 and NDP 4, let's try to see how these terminal evaluations also look at the actual financing. Maybe to hand over to you, Sir Commissioner, on the capacity issues and the
Thank you very much. I think this is really very important. Let me just respond to a few questions. First and foremost is a general one. We are here to look what the NDC as is and why we have invited you, including the people from the sector, not only from the district, is to ensure that there is bits of what? Alignment with our national development plans and the sectoral strategies. That is very, very important, because if these are completely disconnected, there is already an implementation issue. Okay? So we are here to ensure that there is alignment of the NDC with our national development plan and the sectoral strategies that speak to climate change. We have the WASH NAP, we have the agriculture NAP, okay? We have the health NAP, and then in the Ministry of Energy, there is there's climate change strategy, but also there is there is a strategy for, how do you call it, the plan for what? The just transition plan. So we are here to do that bit of alignment. But importantly, like Commissioner Ajab has mentioned, the most important bit of this assignment, apart from the alignment to this, is the target. The target, I can speak to you, it is in two forms. We have been talking about ambition in this documentation. And our targets are twofold. There is a conditional and unconditional target. In most cases, the unconditional target are much well aligned to our national development plan, meaning that we have to implement them with our resources. And we have already communicated them in the national development plan. But you can find that that target, again, it can be a little bit elevated up to attract the conditionality that we can do more with what we set ourselves to do in the NDP if we get additional resources. So in most cases, you find the target is either equate or equivalent to what we have in the NDP or slightly above what we have in the NDP, because at the end of the day, the NDC we are talking about is to be implemented by domestic resources, but also to attract additional support. So in most cases, you look at the targets in that direction. Where you find a target which is below than our NDC, our national development target, this can be changed depending on the confirmation that within 5 years, government of Uganda can get resources to implement that target. Because even those that in NDP, it is not only a man about government of Uganda, Mr. Kagwa, isn't it? We are also expecting to get money to implement our national development plan. So I just want to talk about those targets, that they may either be the same NDP or slightly above to show the ambition that can attract additional resources and what? And technology, or even less, depending on how we predict resources coming in. So that will be really very important, but alignment is really very key. The question from Madame Trudy, I think this one I will not answer. That one is going to be part of the presentation. We are also looking out for that. Okay. The question for Simon about capacity building, reporting, and MRV. We call them MRV, measuring, reporting, and verification of what we implement. Okay? It is not even monitoring. It is measuring, reporting, and verification. So it is what we want to see. What is it that we have in our, and this is why I have come here to confirm, is it a problem, first of all? And then how do we improve it? The same goes for the governance. I think somebody talked about governance. That one we can only respond to them if they are not well catered for in this presentation we are going to make, because this is what we are looking out for. Then I will move to the harmonization. And I think this is really very important. It is slightly what Commissioner has asked. My name is Seki Muhammad. But also what is very important, I think we need to distinguish between the capacity we're talking about. Okay? Maybe for the presenters, this is something I have to take back. Because when you talk about capacity, people may think about knowledge only. But capacity can be in terms of equipment. Even when you have knowledge and you have equipment, you don't have capacity, isn't it? Can be in terms of finance. So all this is what we refer to as the implementation in climate change. You have your adaptation mitigation, but if you don't have the means of implementation in terms of finance, in terms of technology, and in terms of the know-how, that is what we call the capacity. Maybe perhaps we may need to build it a little bit better. Which form of capacity are we talking about? Okay? That can be very, very important. And in this NDC, we expect to have that component of the means of implementation. Are we talking about human capacity? Human capacity in terms of what? Is it awareness? Is it hands-on knowledge? Are we talking about capacity in terms of equipment to use? Are we talking about capacity in terms of money or resources to implement? So I think that one we can try to correct and move on. But that is the capacity we're trying to talk about. So it just has to take feedback that we need to be specific of capacity. Otherwise, they just have capacity in terms of knowledge, because you have been in terms of knowledge, it is really there. But knowledge is a continuous thing. That's why there's a bit of retooling. Now, the capacity that may be lacking is the equipment. It could be only the financing, but that's not ruled out. But even the other form of capacity may also be what? A requirement. So how do we package this capacity in our NDC is why we are here. So I think the rest of the question, we are asked to check whether this draft actually responds to them. So I wish to just add those clarifications. So we are here to critique. How do you want our NDC? Remember, this is nationally determined contribution. Nobody is telling us how to do it. Though there is guidance on what a good NDC is, what is looking like. That is like an international check. Do you have this and this and this? But what we put there, nobody is forcing us. All what is there, we have to be ambitious. So the alignment with our national circumstances is really very important. And then the aspect of capacity is not only in this, you can at national level. Which form of capacity are we lacking? So that is something which I wanted to add. And I take back the microphone to the moderator.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Semabo. Can we give a round of applause to Mr. Bachika? Yeah, when we get many questions like that, we know that it's quite engaging. You're listening, you have questions, which is good. And that shows that we're actually going to contribute to the NDC 3.0. So just for housekeeping, please, if you haven't registered or haven't given in your details, the bank details, kindly make use of the table at the back to have that taken care of now. It's really important. So we're moving on to the next presentation from the Zutari team who are presenting online. Chapelo, are you there? Can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Yes. So over to you to take us through the next presentation on mitigation, the NDC 3.0 modeling and the mitigation assessments and short-lived climate pollutants. Over to you. Sorry, just a moment.
Just a piece of communication. Now, today, in terms of NDC, the focus today is on mitigation. Don't leave here this afternoon or this evening and say we have not touched adaptation. Adaptation is for tomorrow. Now today are going to deal with the causes of climate change, isn't it? So that's what the presentation is going to come, and all what we have to discuss is about how do we reduce emissions, how do we build the carbon sinks, what policy measures, what key interventions that are going to reduce emission across these mitigation sectors. And tomorrow we shall be touching then the part of vulnerabilities and resilience and adaptation. Okay?
Yeah, thank you so much. Over to you, Tapelo. It's nice to see your face.
Thank you. Yes, I'm just trying. My computer just shut down earlier, so I'm just trying to get back to my presentation. Just bear with me for 1 second. Just 1 second. My computer is restarting. Also, can you just reshare then on your side? Oh, here it is. Okay, here it is. I've got it. And good afternoon, everyone. I imagine it is now very close to lunchtime, or it is actually past lunchtime on your side, and I apologize. So I'm going to be very brief on this first one. Then the second one will take it in the afternoon. I'll try to cover the general things on the NDC now, and then I will touch on.
Excuse me, Tapelo, we don't seem to see your presentation.
Yes, I haven't started projecting. Don't worry.
Okay. All right, all right.
Now it is up. Let me see. Tell me when you can see it. I'm gonna switch off my video as well. But let me start by sharing. Share the presentation.
Loading.
You should be able to start to see it now on your side.
Not yet. Hopefully, yes. Yeah, we can see
Great
it.
stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me minimize stuff from my side. As I mentioned, I'm very grateful to be part of this discussion today. So we're gonna talk about a few things. The presentation carries everything, as you can see, even means of implementation there, but this we'll talk about tomorrow. So today we're gonna touch, or at least in this first presentation, we're gonna touch on number one, which is the draft NDC 3.0 at a glance. I'm gonna take you through the outline very quickly. Just one slide on national circumstances, a few slides on, from NDC 2 to NDC 3. I think the commissioner has already talked about them. Also, some unique elements about this NDC 3.0. I think Robert also touched on some of them. Then in section 2, I'm going to touch the first 2 bullet points, the modeling process and the economy-wide mitigation targets, just until there. Then after lunch, we will then take the sectoral PEMS, policies and measures, and short-lived climate pollutants. That is the slightly longer part of the presentation. Without wasting your time, I think it is now important. You do have the draft NDC 3.0 with you there. And it is structured the way you are seeing it here, with national circumstances after introduction, then from NDC 2.0 to NDC 3.0, just a small part of it. And then we look at adaptation component of NDC, which has quite a few things that are new. Robert already talked about some of them, loss and damage, but I will also highlight them on my presentation, and then on the right side we now start to go into mitigation, and we also include short-lived climate pollutants. And then chapter 6 is means of implementation, and 7 is ICTU that Robert talked about, and then number 8 we can't leave gender equality and social inclusion there at number 8. So this is how our NDC is looking. Pretty much it, very little will change from the consultations, but this is the sort of the key structure of our NDC. And the NDC obviously is premised by the national circumstances. As you can see, many of them you are aware of them, but I want to highlight just a few things around for instance, here I'm just doing around the population growth, because that is very critical in projecting what we foresee happening in the future from a resilience perspective, from a mitigation perspective. Things like real GDP growth of about 6.3%, with the census being about 46 million in 2024, which is what you see here. And then projected to go all the way to around 80 something by 2050. A lot of the things we know here of the installed megawatts and so on, but I think it is important to understand that everything is based on these national circumstances going forward, and of course the policies like the 10-fold growth strategy, the Climate Change Act, and so on. Now, the starting point really is from NDC 2.0 to NDC 3.0. We can't talk about NDC 3.0 without saying something about NDC 2.0, because these two things are connected. When one ends in 2030, the other one, when one ends in 2030, the other one starts 2031 to 2035. And it is a continuous thing. You'll see that in many of the things that we talk about, there is that great overlap already from 2026, because you can't isolate the two. You can't say I'm starting to only implement NDC 2.0 or 1.0 now and I'm stopping here, then I'm picking up and I'm coming with new pieces of information. I think as the commissioner said, we are now currently in the NDC 1 phase, but also NDC 2.0. Then we'll transition to NDC. So the whole thing has to be continuous and they have to feed off each other. So this is a summary of what we call the stock take of what progress has been done, where things are lacking. You've got the indicators here in the report. You can look at them, but you'll see, I want to call your attention on the right side, around the limitations and barriers that have slowed down execution of the NDC 1 or NDC 2.0. Persistent data limitations. A lot of data is still not available to confirm how far we are at, and also perhaps lack of clarity on the indicators that we want to be tracking, which we talk about: weak MRV systems, limited capacity of technical skills, over-reliance on external finance, limited private sector participation at the moment. At least that's what the current data is showing. Weak regulatory enforcement, not enough funding. The 85% of that conditional costs have not been met. Procurement delays and restricted adoption of climate resilient practices. These are some of the things that were unearthed during that stock take process, which means then when we do this NDC 3.0, we need to look at what then we need to put in place to avoid some of those things. Many of them lie outside the NDC like the commissioner said, that the NDC is a strategic document. There are other documents like the implementation plan that will come and then unearth or help make the NDC alive. But you'll see that some of the things that we are planning, or that we've already integrated into NDC 3.0, we're now putting specific time bounds and baselines to make sure that it's measurable, making outcome focused, monitoring through reporting systems. Every measure we've now classified as conditional and unconditional or mixed, local government community, and then of course greater inclusiveness into the NDC. Things like loss and damage have already been integrated. What is new about this NDC? As I said, NDC 2.0 goes up to 2030. So like the commissioner said, NDC 3.0 is a 5-year document. 2031 to 2035, with some activities starting as early as 2026, because of that, what I mentioned earlier, that you can't just start with 2031 when you have not been doing anything in 2030. So you'll see that a lot of this feeds off whatever progress is being made under NDC 2.0, anticipation of a target of about 33.35% below business as usual, by 2035. You'll remember that all other NDC, the other NDCs are 2030, so this is 2035. So that increase is it's not a real, all of it is not a real increase, because the other is time bound. So if it's time bound, it's that we're expecting it to go higher in any case. So the actual real increase in terms of ambition is probably 3% or so, but that is awesome from the perspective of Uganda as a developing country. About 14 adaptation sectors with 66 priority sectors, and we have a target there, or we have estimated about 56 billion, 56 million. I want to do this. 57.3 billion funding requirement. What is also unique about this particular one that was not there in the previous one, there was no loss and damage in the previous NDC. There was nothing on refugees, or also known as climate mobility. We now have it in this one. We didn't have short-lived climate pollutants in the previous NDC. We have it in this one. We have now disaggregated adaptation sectors further. We have now included conditionality of adaptation targets for each measure. We have now included the oil and gas. This was never there in the previous NDC. We have used multiple modeling platforms for the mitigation part. We have increased ambition, as I said, by about 3 to 4%, which is awesome. We have more details on gender, children, and climate change, and adaptation remains a priority consistent with national circumstances. And we've also disaggregated finance now by sector, which was not necessarily the case in the previous NDC. So there are quite a lot of new things and improvements in this new NDC. Now moving to the mitigation perspective, without taking much of your time, the baseline or the starting point for any mitigation is always the GH inventory. I call it the thermometer. Certainly I know that when I go to a doctor, anytime I say to a doctor, I go to a doctor and I say, oh, I'm ill, they don't even ask, before they even ask, they just take you to a nurse who takes your temperature, takes your weight, and those basic things like blood pressure and so on, so that at least they have the basic things that they understand. So GH inventory to me is like a thermometer to say, well, how sick is the patient, or how better is the patient getting? And that inventory is what will tell us whether our mitigation actions are being effective. We will see it through this thermometer called the inventory as the emissions are going down. As in the past, our latest inventory in 2019 shows that agriculture, forestry, and land use still account for the lion's share of our emissions, then followed by waste, at around 14% and energy at around 10.2%, and IPPO or industrial processes and product use being the smallest. So that means our largest mitigation potential lies in agriculture, forestry, and land use. However, there is a lot of connection between agriculture, forestry, and land use, energy, and waste. You'll see that there is some integration. Some of the mitigation measures are able to capture opportunities in all those sectors at once. Now, how the modeling was done. The modeling of mitigation actions for the first time was done using two different and completely different models that slice up the economy in different ways. But at the end, both of them capture and cover the country equally. And the first one is called the Climate, Land, Energy and Water Systems. Is a bottom-up technology-rich optimization model that represents interactions among Uganda's various sectors at a least cost approach. While Sisipwede is still bottom-up, but it looks at, it cuts things up according to the inventory, and it represents the country's cross and intersectoral interactions more than chaos. So one has more interactions among the sectors, while the other one has less, but it looks more at cost. But both of them do cover the economy equally. And these models, now looking at the right side, or maybe let me finish on the left side here to say the information that was fed to both models was exactly the same. So that they can be comparable, so that they can give us, we can use the strengths of the different models. So throughout here, you'll see that we have adopted things from the different models as necessary. There's nothing that we have thrown away, but in some parts we've taken bits of this, in some other parts because the other model is stronger. But both models, we have used the 10-4 growth strategy from the Ministry of Energy, and the least cost energy generation transformation when there are no mitigation actions. And we have taken the growth projections and requirements, or the consumption requirements therein. Now, around on the baseline part, so what you are looking at is on the right is three baselines. The straight baseline that is green in color from my side, that is fairly straight, and it ends up highest at 235.7, is what we modeled under NDC 2.0. Now, the two that are a bit crooked are the ones that are now modeled under these two new scenarios that we talked about. The brown one, or the one that ends at 203, is the one that was modeled through the CLAOS model, Climate, Land, Energy and Water Systems. And at the bottom, the black one is what was modeled using the simulation of sectoral pathways, or Sisipwede. You'll see that these models really talk generally the same story in essence. But at the end, we need a model that is most closely aligns with the BAU scenario, most closely aligns with Uganda's national circumstances. And from the two that are new, it is the clause that was found to be most closely aligning with the national circumstances on two fronts. It aligned with what was modeled in NDC 2.0, but more importantly here, what I've not included, but you'll see that in the report, it is there, that it talks to a delay in adopting or in moving away from charcoal production. And that is always the case, because charcoal production is so integrated into the country's economy. It's not something that can go away immediately. Sisipwede sort of makes that change very quick, while Klaus understands that this is an integrated thing into the society, and it will take time to move away from that. Therefore, it aligns best with national circumstances. Not saying it is good or bad, but we're saying more of an alignment. So And I think the third thing is that obviously then clause is also the more conservative one. It gives the country a little bit space to breathe without getting promising too much and under delivering. So what we have now, what the NDC 3.0 has done is to adopt from a baseline only perspective, the one that was modeled through clause, giving us targets of 171 million tons by 2035. 2019 was about 112.2. We're hoping if we do nothing, we'll end up at around 204. Mind you, the business as usual baseline scenario says we are not putting in any mitigation. Even the mitigation measures that are done under NDC 2.0, in this baseline, we are saying if we did not do them at all, where would we be? So already things that are under NDC 2.0 should be reducing from this baseline. And you can see that for the most part, agriculture, forestry, and land use will remain the lion's share, with energy increasing very quickly from the 2030, 2035 years. There is now moving fast, and also a little bit the IPPU there also growing very fast from around that time. But otherwise, the disaggregation sort of remains the same, with Afolu being the lion's share throughout. Now, this is what is called the business as usual scenario. It is just a disaggregation of the brown line that you are looking at here. Now, in terms of draft NDC 3.0, the overall target, as I said, the target year of NDC 3.0 will only be 1 year, 2035. The same way that NDC 2.0, our target is 1 year, 2030. Internally, as a country, we may have target, annual targets between 2031 and 2035, so that we can see whether we are we are slow, or we need to move certain things fast. But officially, externally, we will only communicate the key target as 2035, against which progress will be measured. This helps us in a number of ways, so that if certain things slow down, or we start certain things slower between 2031 and 2035, and we are not on target, it is still okay. We just need to correct it to go up, so that we can go back to our target. We don't have to be accountable for missing the target in 2032 or target in 2033, but internally we'll simply say, okay, we are slow here, let's move faster. There we are too fast, or maybe we need to adjust here and there. It gives us that breathing space to adjust, because the actual target is only 2035. Similar to our NDC 2.0, we've got conditional and unconditional. And what has been proposed here is a 33.35% reduction of economy-wide emissions from business as usual. On the right, we have tried to present it in diagram form, and that bubble here just reminds us that, remember, we're moving it from 24.7, but that 24.7 is at 2030, not 2035. So we are somewhere here. It is the target roundabout here. So you'll see just that by definition, 2035 target must always be bigger than 2030 target, because of how the emissions are expected to grow in any case. So there is no way that you can have a 2035 target that is smaller than 2030 for a growing economy like Uganda. So we set our baseline target, our baseline projection by 2035 is around 170 million tons, or 171 million tons by 2035. And that 33.35% reduction will give us 114 million tons. And from a percentage perspective, splitting it the same way that we split NDC 2.0, with about 25.38% reduction being conditional, and the 8% being unconditional. And that relates to 13.6 million tons and 43.4 million tons, respectively. Now, from an ambition perspective, I think this, Robert has already talked to this, that we are growing from an ambition perspective. We started off with 22%, we go to 24%. These two are exactly comparable, NDC1 and NDC2, because they are talking to the same year, while NDC3, as I said, not exactly comparable, but still it shows an increased ambition to 33%. My laptop is not dying. Is it dying? Let me just do this. Yes. Okay. Now, the summary, I think this is really a summary of what I've just talked about, the 3.35% and the 57 million ton in general. For this morning or now before lunch, I think it is worth stopping here. The rest from a sectoral perspective and other things we can then take in the second round of presentations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Tapelo, for taking us through the NDC process and also clearly highlighting the uniqueness of the NDC 3.0. We've heard that there are some new elements. Issues of gender have been included. Issues of refugees have also been included. Also not forgetting that our priority as a country still remains as adaptation. So we'll take questions. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Tahinduka Francis is my name. I work with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I want to pick from the two presentations, the previous one and this one. And I'm coming on the point that, yes, science has taught us to be in these rooms and draw graphs, but human beings must be behind there trying to survive now. Every other minute they are trying to survive. And most of what we are discussing here is a result of human action. I loved the first presenter, the previous presenter, when he said the qualities of good NDCs, they should be people-centered. They should be people-centered. I have been looking at where are the people, where are the people. I loved it when you mentioned you have talked about refugees, you have talked about women and children, but those are not the only people. For us in social protection, we believe people start from when they are in their mother's womb up to when they are going to the tomb. We must address their needs across that life cycle. My call on all of us as we go through this is that whatever action we are going to take, where are the people? What is their responsibility? What effect do they have on this? How can we address it? That's when we shall be smart.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Capello. Yes, I would like to begin from people-centeredness. And that should be thematic enough, make everybody know that whatever we are doing is about people-centeredness. Those who don't know me, I'm called Fedonyai. I'm part of the mitigation working group for this particular process. And I want to focus on this session, but I wanted to get from where my colleagues stopped. Being people-centered means that we are not just focusing on adaptation because we are looking at the effects. I think we begin from the causes of climate change, and that's the mitigation aspects, reducing emissions, okay? That will have got impacts on society, that's the people across spectrum, from birth to burial. Now, one of the new areas, colleagues, as per the current session, is what we call the short-lived climate pollutants. But I'm afraid the consultant did not even bother to elaborate on this, and yet it's part of the session. So I don't know when he will have time to elaborate to these stakeholders that's representing the whole country to understand what are these short-term climate pollutants and why do you talk about them now? Okay? It's not my work to do that, it's the work of the consultant. And I know that the consultant has tried his best to incorporate it in the current draft. But that will not be understood by the people when they go to working group if they don't understand it now. What are these? What do they mean? Of course, I also have I still have some areas which I should discuss with him, possibly even before the group work. Because what has been brought forward in the current draft is still inadequate in terms of monitoring, review, and post-monitoring and evaluating the contribution of our actions as far as this is concerned. It's not enough to say we have incorporated this in mitigation. That is not scientific. It's scientific enough to synthesize what has been done. Already, the country, the government has developed what's called the National Action Plan for Short Climate Pollutants in Uganda and the National Method Roadmap. And I thought, and I guess this document has been shared by the consultant. So I expected a matrix that he has put in the document to show the synthesis of what has been done and what will be done in NDC. That's a contribution of our action under short climate pollutants. I expect him to have space and time to explain to these people what does this new element mean in our industry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Barry Moses, this Natural Resource Officer, Buyukwe. I would like to get clarification on the emissions from the different sectors. When Itapero was presenting, he put waste emissions from waste in position 2. And when Madam Irene presented, she gave a percentage of 2.3 and waste was in position 4. So there is a mismatch there. Can it be clarified? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, presenter. Mine is not very long. I tried to go through the entire document. Yeah, I wasn't seeing people, so I wanted to. I happened to go through the entire document, but realized that the means of implementation is only limited to finance. This morning we have been talking about capacity, and one of our colleagues here was just a bit not so happy about how we talk about capacity. But even in the document, capacity as means of implementation, capacity building is missing. And more so, since I am more a champion of technology development and transfer is also missing. And then issues of governance, because I think they would come out clear in the document, because I believe that, for example, if we talk about, or we prioritize technology development, innovation, and demonstration, it would link the NDC of Uganda with the larger frameworks of the UNFCCC, to which we subscribe. Thank you.
Thank you. Tapelo, would you want to take those first, the first round of questions?
Just a small one.
Yes.
Now for me, when I looked through the stock taking of NDC 2.0 summary, I've seen forests have been handled, agriculture, waste, But I'm wondering what happened to the wetlands. There's no wetland restoration. Let me hope that in the coming NDC3, it's going to be handled. Because there's a lot of pit. The moment we open up that pit, we really expose the carbon. But I'm seeing it, I've not really seen it anyway. I'm wondering if it will be handled the next time. Thanks.
Thank you very much for all those comments and questions, all of which are really valid. I think the first one says women, children, and refugees are not the only people. People-centered NDC is critical. Indeed, people said the theme of the NDC is people-centeredness, and it covers everyone from birth to an old person. But typically, the chapter or women, children, and refugees is separated from the rest of the NDC to also make sure that the needs of those vulnerable communities are integrated or included or are elevated. Yes, I think that is a better way. But you'll see that throughout the whole NDC, everyone is included and the people-centeredness is there. And I think the second speaker then took this further and said it's actually not only in adaptation but also in mitigation. That's what people-centeredness means, that we need to also start looking at mitigation, and that is absolutely correct. We'll see as we look at the mitigation actions, all of them are centered around our livelihood, our social livelihoods. And one of the reasons, you'll remember, one of the things I mentioned earlier on is that when we looked at the modeling part, there were two models that we used, Klaus and Sisepuede. And when you looked at the two, the one model was aligned with our livelihood, the way that people in Uganda live, and their dependence on specific sectors and specific sources of energy. And therefore, that one is more aligned with the national circumstances. So all of these people-centeredness issues we have looked at different stages of the NDC development. Then there was short-lived climate pollutants. Short-lived climate pollutants going to be discussed later. People need to understand what they are about. Yes, and I think maybe I probably was not very clear when I started here to say how far we are gonna go. Let me do this to just remind us where I said we'll go. So going back, if you can still see my presentation, I did say I think you are about to go for lunch, so we won't cover everything this now. So I only went up to second chapter, bullet point 2. So short-lived climate pollutants, we should still do it before the group work starts later this afternoon. I hope that alleviates your fear. Let me do this so that I can see my notes. So indeed, that integration and what short-lived climate pollutants are and what is being done, we will talk about it in the afternoon after lunch. The GHG inventory is waste in position 2 and position 4, yes. And I think this is an issue of just how one cuts the pie. You will see that when I presented here, and let me present again, you will see that we have included in the GHG inventory. Let me do this. In the GHG inventory, we have included agriculture together with forestry and land use, but depending on how one cuts the pie, the GH inventory, agriculture, forestry and land use, while under the IPCC, this is one sector. In many cases, this should actually be split. Agriculture should go with, should be a separate sector and other land use separately. And you'll see in mitigation measures, we've separated agriculture away from land use. And if you do that, then LULUCF or land use and forestry becomes the largest, followed by agriculture and then waste and then energy and IPPU in that order. So it's just a question of how one cuts the pie. Let me see what else is there. Means of implementation, capacity building, technology transfer missing, yes. So I think this is a valid comment. The rationale is that at the end of the day, what we are going to do in the means of implementation chapter is everything will have to monetize. So I think that's what you have done. You have put everything in monetary perspective. But I think the comment you have made that we still need to have sections that show how much of that funding goes to capacity building and towards what, and how far of it goes towards technology transfer, in which towards what it needs to go in there. So I think that gap and that comment is a very important comment that will help us to enhance our NDC. But at the end, the whole means of implementation, for simplicity, we always put it in monetary terms so that when we go for funding, we simply say, give us 2 million for training, give us 3 million for technology transfer. It is much easier that way. Then stock take is missing wetland restoration. And I think this one is owes to the fact that a lot of the information that was required for the stock take, and this I have to emphasize that this stock take was carried out by a different team of people, a different company and institution, and we just adopted, we just took in the outputs from it. But what I found out is that it looks like they struggled a lot with data that informed the stock take in terms of what has actually happened in the wetlands and in the peatlands section. Hopefully, the way we will structure our NDC now to actually have indicators will help us to do that monitoring better. But definitely there's need for a monitoring system in the country that will help us to track all those sectors, including wetlands and peatlands. I hope that helps. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Tapelo. Before we proceed to pick some questions from the online participants, we still want to come back to you a little bit more on the means on implementation. Asha?
Thank you so much for that explanation. With the passion I have for the means of, more so for technology, I don't find it very convincing. I'm sorry. Because normally when you say finance, it always gets lost. There will be no prioritization of technology because finance will just go on other things. So I would want us to see how we bring out what is required to make sure that the NDCs are implemented, because like at the back, you made reference to BEREM, the BEREM outcome, and which were emphasizing implementation. So when you only talk about finance, you leave it out. And then what I was trying to say last time, maybe what didn't come out clear is something like if we bring out the means of implementation, we bring out technology very well, for example, it will help us to link to Uganda's technology needs. Because if you want to progress with the mitigation and adaptation as we are talking about, we need to know which technologies we need to do where. So I still think that the explanation needs to be revisited. As for even other means of implementations are missing, like governance, we were talking about, it came out very clear in the morning where we're saying there's no coordination, we are starting up, we are starting down, and the rest. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A comment, one more comment.
Very simple one. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Bukenya Sabagans Rebecca, the names Wakiso District Natural Resources Officer. Presenters, all of you, thank you so much for the good job you've done. Yes, Irene, I'm here. Can I kindly request all the District Natural Resources Officers to stand up? All District Natural Resources Officers here stand up. Thank you, Irene, for the clap. I want to extend appreciation to the minister. Hey, wait, you still stand up, all natural. Some are not standing up, and I think I'm the seniorist here, so they should listen. I want to appreciate the Ministry of Water and Environment for this quarter. They've realized that we are there. They have called us together for the first time for the years I've worked in the service. Yesterday, I was with the Wetlands Department. They're doing a framework for Mayanja. Today, I'm here, and tomorrow, and I feel that is good. Natural Resources Officers, can we clap for the ministry? Another question. Where did these people get the data? Is it from you people? Natural Resources Officer, who submitted data? They said we are the entry point. My Commissioner Muhammad, Semambo, you are used to my ways, don't worry. I just want us to be realistic. We are rich Ugandans. Our country is so endowed. We are there in all these local governments, and the assessment checks whether we are substantively appointed. If we are substantively appointed, NEMA looks at environment officers, WMD right now has changed, they look at wetlands officers, and we are Forestry Department looks at foresters, Ministry of Lands looked at physical planning, but we are the center that coordinates all these utilities and resources that development spring from. Where is this data gathered from? Did you submit any data on a tool? Did you submit any data? I'm sorry for my weird ways, but we need answers. Did you submit data? Did you submit any data? Our supervisors, our consultants, where do you get these systems that you're reporting? You say there is no data. We do a lot of work. Can you resume your seats, my colleagues? Don't worry. This is the first time. And I think I'm the one who is bold enough to state this, and I am about to retire. So one thing, you said there is no data, but we do a lot of things that the PBS does not capture. I am saying it, Mr. Kagwa, where are you? I'm sorry, he's busy somewhere on a phone call maybe. No, he shouldn't stand up, but it is data that I'm looking for. Yes, we are, and with the senior civil society people. Members, we are a very richly endowed country. We are there and we have capacity. May I have capacity? So it wasn't capacity of brains, but we don't have vehicles. That's the capacity they were talking about. Be confident in yourselves. But there is no MRV. I attended an MRV training in Entebbe. Robert, you were there. They trained us in Entebbe. I kept following. We are still improving the system. Up to now, I am going to retire. Why don't we have a system? And there's also WEMIS. It is also there. In the same ministry, we have guidelines for the grant. It is in the same ministry that has water, it has wetlands, it has forestry, it has climate change. Everybody is coming in isolation, but we have one PS. Come again? Are you getting my point, members? We have the facts. Let us stop talking that the other countries have the figures. I'm looking at the indicators. I didn't get time to read before, so now I've been reading. Section, it was adaptive. Mami Semambo said we are looking at mitigation. But there's a section in, I think it's 3.1. They say they went to all the local governments, 146. And for the few that they didn't, I think they cross-validated something. I didn't see them. They say they used the tool. I usually respond to these things. I've not seen it. Can we stop lying to ourselves? God will blame us. We need data, we need data, we need data. Minister of Finance wants data to understand our sectors. And as long as we don't give them the data, then we are, Honorable Commissioner, Mr. Semambo, welcome back. I'm going to state a few things because you are back. I was asking these people where they got the data. They don't have the data, but we are there. And I asked them for the tool. Me, I've never seen it. And I am the nearest in Wakiso. All around Kampala where your offices are is Wakiso. And I am the only DNRO in Wakiso. I've not seen this tool. All the DNROs stood up, sir. and none of them had contributed to this. Why are we lying to ourselves? We are paid, and other people have been feeling sad that we are scientists. We have the capacity and we can give this information. Can we have a tool every month, every quarter, the way you give us the guidelines? If it is looking more to wetlands, let it ramify to climate change, to forestry. I realize they've changed the guidelines, but let there be a portion for us to gather data. The way my IF does it, but I'm supposed to get information from my IF. Let us have a tool that will capture this data. All these DNROs and those we are representing have capacity, but let us streamline so that we all report kind of in a consistent manner, that in the ministry you add up and we stop reporting that we don't have data to swallow. God gave Uganda resources, my dear. When you look at the neighboring countries, it is sad. It is painful. How do we say for nobody one? No data, no data. It is so painful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's take the question at the front and then one online. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm scared to speak after the previous speaker, but my question is, I'm Himbisime Michael from the National Planning Authority. When you look at the document, I would want to understand the methodology we are using to set indicators from the baseline, which we now have as 2025, to the original one, which was 2030, and now to 2035. Tapelo said they can only increase, but you realize there are circumstances that may have shown sufficient evidence of progress that shows us getting closer to the targets that we may need. And if the methodology is showing, because there's one I'm seeing, everyone is increasing or doubling or tripling. But the reality is, how have we performed against the targets we set previously? That should give a clear methodology of how we set the targets we want to make. Not just, because the years are going ahead, we just multiply or add on that. Then number two, I just want to understand most of the conditionality and implementation split where we have government of Uganda and we have that is conditioned on financing. There are particular aspects where we get facilities as loans, which later on come to the consolidated fund. And when a ministry or MDA is receiving finances, it comes as government of Uganda. So how do we tell the differentiation of the resources committed for climate action that contribute to these indicators are unique to this when ministries are receiving them as government of Uganda, and the separate one that is directly conditioned? Thank you.
Thank you. Trudy, over to you for your question.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to have a virtual hand clap for the lady who spoke from Wakiso, because the point she made is one that I've raised severally. Data is often proclaimed not to exist, and yet those who are supposed to have it sometimes haven't been contacted. So I think that is a point that needs to be taken into consideration, and one that really is ultimately going to affect how we move forward, because if we're nobbling ourselves, we can only limp on. So I commend her comments, and I thank her very much for her passion and her service to the ministry. On to my point. The issue was, I raised it earlier, and it was really very much to do with the fact that as a built environment, there has been fundamental changes in terms of how we approach it and how the global community itself is approaching the built environment. I understand that there's some generic rules around NDCs and how they should be constructed, but the very peculiar nature of the construction and building sector has led, whether it's global ABC, world GBC, even UNFCCC, to consider it as a particular case, as a peculiar case, and to require a much more stringent applications, much more stringent approach to setting of standards and guidelines and measures for monitoring purposes. That, I think, is something which has come through, and we're seeing more, of course, with the NDC 3.0, because you've expanded at the titular level, you've expanded buildings to include buildings, settlements, and infrastructure. So clearly there's an expansion there, and we appreciate that, and thank you very much. And also, we've seen some major changes, major changes in some other areas. So there are real gains. But I want to ask, how are we balancing ambition with actual specific measures? Are we completing the sentences? Are we completing the thought? Are we going to the end of the process and saying, well, and providing a structure that is not going to prescribe specifically, but actually is going to direct and at least afford a sufficiently robust transition from the idea to the policy into the next phase, because there has to be some element of robust and rigor in order to allow us to move from just plain ambition to what we are actually looking to now. I think some issues that I've identified, obviously, the draft itself identified the element of weakness in implementation. It was identified already that the Green Cities was a classic case of ambition without anchorage. I'm seeing the disaggregation of waste, construction waste. We've still lumped construction waste with waste generally. So how are we going to create the sort of measures that will allow us to move from, ambition, laudable as it might be, to actual implementation in a way that is, strategically viable and will safeguard our future? These are things which are going to affect how we design, plan, and build for decades. So it's important.
Thank you, Trudy. Over to you, Tapelo.
Thank you very much. Okay, so there was that that input by the district personnel, the senior personnel. I think the heart of it, from what I heard there, is that one, data is there. We just need to, the country just needs to set up a system to go get it and gather it. And she mentioned the need for a data collection or capturing tool that is circulated monthly and quarterly. I think that's awesome. That's part of the MRV system. And she says she has heard about the system, but she has not seen the system. That's part of implementation. I think we need, after the NDC, one of the key projects that need to come in together with the implementation plan is making such an MRV system live so that she can actually start using it. I think that is a very valid point, especially when she says data is there. Data is not a problem. She will give it to us. She will give it to the department when the department comes up with the right tool. The second one was what methodology are we using to set indicators? We need to find how we've performed against the current NDCs. So that question of how we've performed against the current NDC is that section that says from NDC 2.0 to NDC 3.0. The report that came through talks to the previous comment. That report said there isn't a lot of data that can help us to know whether we are doing well or we are not doing well in NDC 2.0. And that report is what we used to inform NDC 3.0. But I think the bigger question, so the first one is how we have performed against the current NDC. It is contained in that report. You'll see it says about 55% of the adaptation plans have been implemented, but mitigation, there is very little information that seems to exist. It talks to the MRV system. But how are we setting the actual indicators at the end of the day? We're using the projection of NDC 2.0. How far will NDC 2.0 get us? And then saying what happens if we put in additional measures. Just to be clear that the NDC is not a top-down approach. So it's not something that we put up targets based on scientific information that is general or generic. It is built from bottom up. It is based on information strictly from Uganda to say, what is the current status of Uganda's emissions now? We take the inventory. I said that's the starting point. So that is Uganda specific. And then we say, how are the emissions going to grow in the future? Then we say, well, what will tell us will give us guidance on how the emissions are going to grow. Population, we look at statistics from UBOS to say where what are the statistics telling us about projected growth in terms of population, in terms of GDP, in terms of energy consumption. This we took from other strategies. So all of it is bottom up. So we used information that is existing in the statistics to say, this is where we are likely to go if we continue this way. And I always need to emphasize this, that the projection into the future is not a prediction of what the future will be like. It is a what if scenario. What if we continued in this manner that we have been continuing in the past? That's what scenarios are. What if Uganda continued to make this kind of decisions? Where would we go? So we make that scenario. Then we say, great stuff. What has the Department of Energy planned to do? The Department of Energy has planned to put in this megawatts of this, and then we keep piling them up to say, okay, if they put this power plant, it will reduce by emissions by this much. What is the waste sector planned? What is the building sector planned? What is the cement sector planned? All of these things that are planned, we keep building them up and say, how far will then they get us to in terms of reducing our emissions? And that is the principle behind how we set the targets at the end of the day. Conditional, how is the definition of received funds? Yeah, so that is a very important thing to say. While we can put in an NDC that talks about conditionality and unconditionality, the systems domestically are not there to help us to differentiate whether this is funding that is climate specific or this is funding that touches on climate but is for other things. That is part of the conditional or the unconditional things. So the NDC can only go as far as tagging to say this particular type of adaptation or mitigation measure, we will put it under conditional, we will put it under unconditional. But the tracking system is the MRV system that has to be local. In other countries, certainly in South Africa, what we have just started to do, the Minister of Finance, which is the National Treasury, has started to do what is called climate tagging. It has put together a financial system or framework that says, whenever funding comes and you see this keyword or you see this action attached to it, put it under mitigation of this nature of this sector. Whenever funding comes in from UNDP, from World Bank, and it has this keyword and that, put it under this and that. That is one way to be able to say how we are tracking these kinds of things. And it would be useful if, for instance, in Uganda, we can put up a similar system based on whatever tracking mechanisms are already there. But it will be part of an MRV system. The built environment, I think Trudy there talked about a lot about how the NDC has already done in part what she was looking for. But really at the end, she asked, how do we move from ambition to actual implementation? I think that's where the Commissioner Medi then said, we are going to put in place an implementation plan after this, which will be a gap filler between this strategic document and actual implementation. That was my understanding from you, Medi, that it already answers that question of how do we move from ambition to implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tafelo. I see one, for the purposes of time. Yes, for the purposes of time, let's give one round of applause to Mr. Capello. Our dear participants, I want to give you reassurance that we are taking note of these recommendations, the submissions, the areas of concern. We are tracking them down and we'll ensure that we incorporate all this input. Commissioner, would you want to? Yes. Yes. Yes.
I can't hear you, Medi.
So they are telling me that I have to respond now. Okay, she has gone out. Okay, I'll respond after lunch. them to remain. We are going to
Yeah.
celebrate.
Yes, our colleagues online, we are going to break off short for 1 hour to have lunch. Allow me to invite Asha. It's going to give us a word of prayer as we prepare for lunch. So our lunch is going to be on the first floor, the floor just below this one. You walk straight, I think, on the right to the restaurant. There's just one restaurant on that level. Asha, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I have something to contribute, but I will also do it after lunch. For now, we can humble ourselves for prayer. A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Rahman rahim. Malik yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alaihim ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Ya Allah, we praise you, we celebrate you, and we thank you for all you have given us. We thank you for the gift of life. As we are going for this lunch, please bless it and give us good energy out of it to come and deliberate for God and my country.
Thank you. Thank you. Bon appetit. We'll be back in 1 hour. Thanks.